Good evening, folks. It's what day is it? Oh my goodness! It's a Thursday. It's a Thursday evening, and we've got storms and stuff going on in the world. But we're in the British world. But it's nice and warm inside the workshop. Relatively tidy too. Well, relatively. Anyway, here we have on the bench a partscaster yet to be put together, and this is a customer guitar or customer partscaster featuring very top-notch parts. So we've got Warmoth expensive neck that says looks like a compound radius 10 to 16 if I'm to believe what it says on there. We've got a Warmoth aged relic'd body, which again is actually not bad looking. You know, it's not bad for a relic thing. There's a lot of discussion about relicing and whether it's any good or bad, or and people can get het up about it, but when it comes to it, it's customer's choice. And actually this isn't a bad looking one. What isn't totally convincing for my liking about this one is the amount of wear. They've obviously done some quite thick finish on this neck, and then they've kind of ground it out with a roller, like a drum sander type thing, to recreate the sort of typical grooving wear down the end here, which is actually, it's not so bad. It's not brilliant. It's not what I'm. Who knows how much extra you pay for it, but it's not something I care for myself. You can see all of these frets look very amber. That's because they've got all the finish over the top, and you can see it's been removed where the disc has not only cut into the surface, but it's also obviously taken the finish off the frets. But we'll get to that when we do the precision sort of setup leveling part of it. So we've got all the parts. The only thing we didn't have in this kit, I think, was some neck screws, which I've got, but they're not aged. So anyway, we've got some decent strings. I'm a bit short on sacrificial strings, but the price of the setup included in here includes a set of strings anyway, so I'll use, I know you might say sacrilege, I'm going to use a decent set of strings to set this up, but that's okay. What I'll probably do is set it up, take it home, play it, or put it together, do all the setup and installation, take it home, play it, and then when I'm happy with it, I'll put on some new stuff. We've also got one of these little plates here that I've never fitted before, the little socket, electro socket. It's sort of supposed to go into the hole, but I've never put one in, and I don't know, I use the screw-in electro sockets, which I personally much prefer because they're easy to remove and change if you want to. Anyway, so here we have it. I'm going to do a sort of blight this sort of thing here. This should be a straightforward setup, construction and setup. So here we go, we're kicking off. I've got a list of things on my board as a kind of sequence of events here. So I'm going to start by shielding and grounding the cavities. Okay, so the idea is we've got single coils going here, so let's make sure they are grounded. The plate, it doesn't shield it. The plate is a big metal thing, and the pickup sits in here obviously, so we're going to shield this out with paint, but we have to run connector wires through to each of the areas and ground them, and ultimately ground them to the plate and back out to the jack. So there's a bit of shielding work, paint work to do. You could do paint or you could do tape. The only downside is that copper tape here looks a bit ugly because the neck pickup fixes. Oh, hang on, let me just check. I was going to say it depends on how much you can see through the plate. Actually, it's a screw. That's a screw on. Screw on. Actually, no. We could do this, or we could do foil. Let's do foil because this is kind of mucky. Not this. By the way, Rustin's, they do a nice little container of, I can't remember how much now, but it's 125 mils. That's about 10 times more than you'll get in those little containers from places such as eBay. You know, and there's some of the little manufacturers, they do their best to make good stuff, but the downside is that it's you pay a lot of money for not a lot of material. Okay, so we're going to do foil this. Now, there's no real kind of, we could put a bit of foil on here, but we could put one piece, but there's hardly anything to shield. I mean, obviously, pickup cavities are always exposed, so you don't really get to shield anything much. So, for example, if we put a little bit of shielding on here, it can be grounded by touching out with the cavity. But it's let me just do something. This scratch plate it's got a little bit of ragged edge to it, which is not part of the rustic what's the word, road worn look. It's just manufacturing swarf, you might say. Anyway, this should be a fairly straightforward one, and I always say that with a sense of touching wood, or oh no, I've probably blighted the whole deal here, because it's never, as soon as you think it's going to be easy, it never is, but it should be straightforward. And that the things that really take time or can provide challenges when you get a parts caster is, by nature or by definition, parts casters tend to be unrelated parts being brought together. So as a result, sometimes they don't fit, and when they don't fit, you have to do some reasonably extensive alterations to make them fit. So it can be quite a pain, but this one, I guess maybe to put it the way, let's imagine you're making one for a friend. The first thing I did when I got this, I'll show you actually. Instead of talking about it, let's get a few bits of the stuff out of the way. So let's say this is what I did. As soon as I got the thing, I asked myself, how well do these parts work together? So the first thing I did was look at putting the neck in place, and the neck is, I would say that's in, but it's fractionally snug, but that's okay. So that's in. So you go, first thing, wow, I don't think I'm going to have to do any extra work. I suppose we talk about reworking, isn't it? Won't have to do any reworking on there. Then we get the Goto aged bridge, and then next thing you do is you go, how does this thing fit? Because it's really critical that when you place a bridge that's meant for a parts caster into place, the most important things have to line up. Now, here the important things are always the 6 through holes in the body, these 6 at the back here, and then the 4 anchor or fixing screws. And in this case, they are designed to go together, which kind of you'd expect it to be good with a Warmoth parts caster body or a Warmoth body. They're making it for standard Fender style or Fender spacings. They want Fender necks, Fender parts or quality parts made for Fenders to go on. So this works great. So that's another sigh of relief. One of the hardest challenges you've got is when the bridge supplied has a slightly different spacing, and then perhaps let's say that the through holes in the bridge put it back here or in relation to the anchor holes, the fixing holes, and then suddenly you've got a whole nightmare, because really, since you've got through strung holes, you're going to have to make your whatever bridge you've got has to work or be made to work with those through holes. They're what you're given. You're not going to fill those in on the guitar and start again. So you have to then possibly sometimes even go away and find a bridge that will work rather than the one you've got. Now, ultimately, that's only that can be a sort of £15–20 blip on your journey if somebody supplies or a customer supplies you with the wrong bridge, and it's happened to me more than a few times. But in this case, that's a good match. So we know we've got what looks like a quality plate, but interestingly, we drop the plate on there and it doesn't fit. Well, does it? No, not really. Actually, what doesn't work very well is the plate. Right, here we go. This is where it starts to get fun. So it's actually so far not a killer thing, but I've put the neck in place, and now look, this thing, the scratch plate, barely goes under there, and it only goes under with a push. Now, you might say that's okay, but you don't want anything pushing to fit. And the reason why is, let's say in pushing this under to make this fit under there, right? Let's say unbeknownst to me, and it's quite likely because it's pushing, let's say what this does is it slightly pushes up the thing, right? And you don't notice it, and then you screw it on with this under there. Then what you've got is this part of the neck, the heel is pulling firmly into place, and you might find yourself starting to bend this bit upwards without even realizing it. So that's the last thing you want to have happen. So I'm looking at this now. I'm going to just replace this if I can get it into position. It's kind of not quite in place. It's difficult to get it set all the way in, and sorry, not a good view. Okay, that's neatly in, and let's just go back and have a look. Now, what's stopping it go through? And it could be, I can see what it is. So thankfully, it's not a height issue with this plate. It's a fitment with the, sorry, it's not a height issue with the plate. You can see from there that it's actually the cutaway for the neck pocket on the scratch plate is too small. So it doesn't quite fit here, and what it does is it's forcing it to push, in other words, to go around the heel. It's scraping the goodness out of there. So I'm going to need to very, very lightly help to widen this. Now you could go along the flat edge, which would be in some ways easier to control. But the problem with the flat edge, well, actually the truth is, if you're going to take some away, you really want to do a bit on both sides, because you don't want it pushing the plate one way or another. That's nearly okay. So a little tiny bit of tweaking. So I don't know how well you can see. I have to keep making out with my, that's about right. Oh no, I've got me thing in nearby. Sorry, I got my other phone too close and it might be making funny noises. I've learned the hard way how to keep the stuff on my soundtracks down to a minimum. Yeah, so if you had to take quite a bit off, you'd want to do it carefully on both, a bit on both sides. Share it out, share the love, so that it doesn't offset the pickup cutout, if you see what I mean. But this amount is next to nothing, and it should go in. Still has a little bit of sort of kissing the plastic a little bit, but it won't be visible really. But it is snug. Now, as I said, if you do it on one side, it's probably good to do on the other. So I'm just going to make a very slight additional amendment here, and to do this here, I'm going to just run down in a straight line and scrape rather than try and cut anything. So we're talking pretty thin, very microscopic amounts of difference, but yeah, I mean, you can see that that's still gripping it because it's a fraction too tight, and it is biting on the finish there. So we'll just take a little bit more in a straight line off here. Some of these blades now have seen their day. So as I say, there's no measurement way of ensuring that it's the same on either side. It's just a bit of suck it and see kind of. I think I've done a bit on both sides. Okay, so that's going on there. Pretty good. Pretty good. You know, I couldn't live without these surgical scalpel-y things. I really couldn't. They're so important. They're just about the only way I get a workable, fresh, sharp blade all the time. There you go. That's a little bit looser, and that's where I want it. Okay, so having taken care of that before it became a problem, we're now back to just the basic checks. So that's taken care of that one. We've got our neck fitted, pushed downwards at the same time as fitting, and then we've got our bridge, which we've checked goes in the right place. That's good. We've got our scratch plate, which goes under now without too much problem, and it sits very, very flush with the bridge. Now it's a little bit less. There we go. Sorry, that's because we've made it slip under there more comfortably. Right, so that's a nice fit. So we don't have to worry about our control plate. We'll come to that in a minute. That will fit fine. Shouldn't anticipate any issues with the pickups fitting. So now the interesting thing I find is this thing about neck center lines. Now we'll go ahead assuming that on this quality build that the center line of this neck comes right down and points at this gap here between these two string throughs, and we can do a sort of very, very, very vague test or crude test because this fits pretty well. I'm going to run down. I'm making some assumptions about the positioning of the fret marker dots and so forth, which may not be entirely accurate, but let's go down the center line of those, and yeah, looking at that, we do come nicely between the two, the center ones, so I'm kind of happy. Now, like I said, on an expensive kit like this, you'd expect that to happen. In real life, when typically you get hold of some bits and pieces that somebody wants you to put together, that often isn't the case. So it doesn't always work that way. So making sure that it does is one of the most important things. If it doesn't, you're going to be looking at making some sort of major modifications. What do you do if you put on a neck and it goes into its sort of nice, hopefully snug fit, which actually often it doesn't if they are really random and different parts. But let's say you put on a neck and it fits nice and snug, but let's cut this short a bit. But when it's snugly fitted, lo and behold, it doesn't run along to the center line. It's maybe a bit off. Well, realistically, if you've already got these holes cut in your body, you're going to have to try and work with the neck more than anything else, because you can see you can't re-drill these holes. On occasion, I've had to widen the holes so that the strings can come up and move to where the bridge really is, and sometimes it's very only a very small difference, and in that case, when it's a very small difference, like I say, you can sometimes just about push the bridge to where it needs to be, and then you can open these up a little bit so that instead of the string coming straight up through here, it can go to the side a little bit and find its way to the hole. It's not the world's most perfect thing, but sometimes you really don't have any choice if the center line, when you've fitted the neck, doesn't run true with the center line where people have already routed the holes, fitments for the various things. Obviously, we're not just talking about alignment with the through holes. The same will apply that if the through holes are slightly off center of your new or your neck center line, because that's where the strings are going to follow. But so if the center line of the neck is kind of off one side or the other, then obviously the pickups are going to be slightly off. They're going to go where they go in here because they can't go anywhere else, but they're going to end up sitting slightly not central to the neck center line and the strings which naturally follow that. So there's lots of reasons why the neck center line matching with the pre-made fixtures on your guitar is really, really important. And that is one of the things I guess you could say, it's fair to say, that you get when you pay more, or you buy from more a higher price from more reputable company making bodies, necks and so forth, is that you can be a lot more certain that these things will match up. And the matching up will save you a ton of time, if not money, money being time. So, you know, when somebody says, oh no, I've found this body that I really like, or it's cheap, you know, as a maker or a guitar tech or whatever your title is, you've got every right to say to them, look, cheap, here's the reasons why a cheap body may end up costing a lot more in terms of time and effort. So worth thinking about those. So the first checks are, does the neck fit? Hooray, it does. Followed by, is the neck, do the holes on the what's it line up, the bridge line up with what's there? If not, what's the best solution? Is it to having to do some major woodwork, or am I going to do it by looking for a more suitable bridge, which could actually, in many cases, could be the least or the less expensive and less tricky of the options. And so once you've sorted that out, then the kind of the third thing, which I'm not saying it's any less important, but maybe the third in line, is to fit the neck as snugly as it can fit. No reason why not to screw it in place actually to begin with, and then do the check so that you assess the neck center line versus what the people in the body factory built the body according to. And you know, if it's a sort of reputable place, they'll tend to do it to a Fender spec, but if it's somewhere maybe in the jungle in Indonesia, there's a mum and pop business, they may not be, well, they may have started out once upon a time making it according to Fender type dimensions, but it may be that something over the years has wandered a long way off that specification, and you know, all manner of reasons. You know, the tool, the what do you call them, templates may have got old and tired, that sort of thing. There's plenty of good reasons why things don't match up. But if they don't, then you'll pay. No point in it being cheap if you're going to end up paying for it in terms of rework. And of course, you don't have any choice really, because you're, as a good tech or whatever you call yourself, your obligation is twofold. It's to make a guitar that plays brilliantly. That's your first obligation. And the second one is, of course, it does have to look and feel good as well. I mean, when I say play well, I mean feels well to play. But yeah, you know, your job is also to make it look good. So if you have to butcher something to make it play, nobody's going to give you top marks for making it play if you've had to butcher it to do so, unless you can conceal it, which is which is sometimes going to be a lot harder than it sounds. So here we are putting the shielding in. The idea of the Faraday cage to shield out unwanted radio frequency interference is a good one. I don't understand the science behind it. Sounds like Rocket Man. All the science that I don't understand. But when you think about the cage, apply some logic in terms of tempering your expectations of it. So it's all very well to say, yes, I'm shielding this off and I want to make a Faraday cage so that no bad radio frequency interference can get in. None of that 60 cycle hum or whatever else it is we're trying to avoid. And that sounds very logical and good, except if you think about it, your pickup front, the poles, the front, the bobbin or whatever it is, the cover, that's always exposed to the fresh air, and there's nothing on top of that protecting it or hiding it from those wicked radio waves. So being realistic, you can only usually shield off 2/3 of what you want to shield off, because by definition, or just by default, a chunk of it, a pile of it, is going to be sticking unshielded up into the sky, namely your pickups. And there's no way of covering those over inside your iron dome of radio frequency protection. Anyway. So by that, when I say be realistic, I guess I mean, given that you're trying to create a safe cage, or that thing, space, not the right word, but you know what I mean, a box, if you like, in which your sensitive electronics are protected from radio frequency interference. It has its limits just by the very nature of the electric guitar design, and it isn't going to be possible to shield it all. So if you can't shield it all, you aren't going to get perfect silence, so don't expect it. I think the idea is to reduce as much as possible the radio frequency interference, and that's the best we can do. And the other thing to be realistic about is, for it to work, this foil has to be grounded. So every little cage or cave or container in which you're putting your important sensitive electrics has to be, that cage or that box has to be grounded. And I've seen loads of people making guitars, partscasters, where they do loads, they use a load of copper tape and stuff, and it all looks great. But when I've come to do other work on them, I find that none of the tape is grounded back to common earth in the control cavity, which itself, of course, has to be connected to overall earth ground outside, so that any signal can go to ground when you want it to. Anyway, so that's the important thing, and can be missed off. So you have to think about you'll see the grounding lug, the grounding wire with a little, I don't know what you would call it, a little screw and a little eyelet or something. And you'll see that in many fairly good quality Strats. You'll see that a screw that holds the grounding wire against the foil or against the other stuff that we use, the shielding paint, and that will be the way it grounds. I'm going to use similar thing, but instead of those sort of black eyelets, which I haven't got, I'll probably use, I tend to reuse the metal string trees that I've taken off many a guitar that I want to make better with a tusk string tree. Anyway, so I like to reuse things, so they get, those little butterfly string trees get reused as grounding lugs, I suppose you could say. If I haven't got any of those, then I tend to use a little piece of brass strip with a hole in it, and solder on either side of it, so I can attach the grounding wires to it, and they get screwed into the side of the cavity into the tin foil, copper foil. You can actually use aluminium foil as well, which I have done in the past. It actually does a surprisingly good job. I don't think there's anything particular about copper that is intrinsically so much better than aluminium foil, or aluminum foil as others would say. Might be. You techies could probably put me right on that, but both have worked, so I have used both as and when time was suggested to do it. Okay, so that's the bottom of the cavity done. Obviously I have to, while I'm doing all this, I have to locate and poke a hole to locate the tunnel, which is the wires are going to go through. In both cases, I just covered this one up, so where did it come out? There. And then there's one there that I haven't yet covered up. So I'm going to go around and put all of these strips in vertically, because it seems to be easier to do it that way. I could be right, I could be wrong. The other thing about shielding paint is, while it's kind of easy to use in one sense, it can be quite difficult. Some of the, I don't want to see, not even cheaper ones probably, but some of them, by the way, I'm just going to use this as a grounding tab for the bridge, okay, because the bridge will sit on top of that, and then we will have continuity to the metal of the bridge. It does anyway, I think. Yes, it does anyway, by the virtue of the wiring of the bridge pickup. So that was just an additional thing, because my brain was on autopilot. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the downside of shielding paint is, on many of the brands types I've used in the past, they are filthy in that they'll keep coming off after you've put them on. It'll come off on your hands and filth everything up for a long time. So I used to think there was a way of overcoming that by spraying over them with some clear finish when it came to that stage in a build, usually when I was making a body obviously from scratch, but I tried that a couple of times, and then what actually happened was it seemed to just come off at some point when it felt like it down the line. So I've never found a totally reliable way of making sure it didn't come back off. That any cover or protector material I put on didn't come off, so it seems not entirely foolproof. But I have to say, the rust-ins one that I showed you in the tin, seems to me that it doesn't dirty up everything. It's not really so much the hands. You can wash your hands afterwards and whatever, and keep it to a minimum, but actually that could be a bit too much. The thing about doing the edge, you need a little bit of bleed over to get the control plate, but anyway, you don't want too much, you don't want to stick out. Yeah, so the rust-in stuff, I tend to dry it with a hairdryer, gently dry it with a hairdryer, and then once it dries to that extent, then it actually seems to be quite stable. But the real, the real problem with it is when it not so much when it gets on your hands, which is horrible, but you'll find if you're really not careful, and it's impossible to be totally careful, it will be all over your guitar in different places where you didn't want it to be. It sticks to everything. You try and wipe it off, and then a bit of the cloth which has some on it will deposit it somewhere else, and it can be a chasing your tail kind of game. Anyway, so for those who don't like the idea of a bit slightly mucky way of doing it, obviously this copper or tape, foil tape sort of way is by definition cleaner. So it might suit you much better. Okay, what we also don't want to do is we don't want to run tape into the cavity, the jack hole, man. When I was young and inexperienced, I used to think that was a good idea, and several times on the trot I kind of wondered why nothing would play, until I realized that inside the jack tunnel is a very crowded place, and actually it's all too easy if you've run copper or paint into there. Before you know what happens, you're finding that when you plug a jack in, the pushing open of the tip suddenly is touching a piece of ground, and it's cutting all sound altogether out of the guitar, and you can dismantle the entire thing on a wild goose chase, and before you realise that it's the fact that you inadvertently and ill-advisedly put or allowed copper tape or shielding paint to go into the tunnel. So the temptation here is, when I'm overlapping, is to kind of fold it into the tunnel, but I'm going in and I'm cutting it back so it doesn't. I don't want foil in that tunnel at all. Right, so really I'm on to my last little bit of shielding here, and we've got a bit overlapping the edge which will touch the plate for a sort of double connection, double grounding. Okay, like so. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I'll cut this bit back. So like so. Right, so there's me. That's that bit. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'll just get rid of all this tape. I actually didn't measure how much tape that uses, so it probably could have been a good piece of advice or information for you, so apologies for that. I've got another full roll of it sitting there, so I'm in that kind of casual, I've got tons sort of laid back mode. Right, being profligate. Okay, so not the greatest, most interesting views in the world, but so the next thing I'm going to do while I'm at it, I'm going to put on my red shoes and dance the blues. I'm going to put on my heatery thing, soldery thing. I'm going to get some wire. Yes, I'm going to get some wire. Now really, kind of different views on this. All of this stuff will be hidden. So technically, it doesn't matter what color wire. I could use black. If there was no scratch plate and these pickups were exposed to the world, and you could see down inside of here, and then I A, wouldn't have used foil, and B, I'd be concerned about what colour wires. So in fact, I'm not going to use black. I'm going to use up some leftover red wire that I've got. No, actually, you know what? I'm going to use brown for grounding. Brown is a relatively unloved wire, and I'm going to end up with loads of that brown wire, unless I use it for my groundy bits. So here's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to figure out how, I tend to, even though I know that this is going to be grounded by, so that's going to be grounded, so really I need to ground from here down into here. So I'm going to cut that bit there. Like I say, we could trust the logic that this will be grounded by the pickup, which has the outer side grounded, which then grounds to this plate, which then is grounding to this thingy here. So we'll trust that that's grounded. Go on, I never do normally. I normally overdo do things, but let's not overdo this time, Sam. Okay, good. Talk to myself. So I'm going to twist off 2 ends of, God, this is a very blunt blade. That is retired, officially retired. Okay, so now before I do this, I'm now going to look for a donor anchor plate, and here are the things I said that I typically use, and I get these old what's-its, and I tend to give them a squish with pliers so they're like spread out, and then I tend to pull them back a bit so they're not quite so extreme an angle. Then I will put one in here. Some of these, I don't know what they're made of, but some of them absolutely do not take solder. So if they don't take solder, they're no good to me, but I have a feeling this one will. So I'm heating up the iron, getting me old dying solder. And so the first thing I'm going to want to do is I'm going to just want to solder load the ends of this. See, this is going to be one of those that doesn't want to do it. No, that has not. It may be that this will do it if I give it a quick go with some sandpaper. Here's some note. I'm not actually holding this with my bare hands. Grr. So I'm just going to get back to the brass, or actually it's probably copper this is made of. So I'm just going quickly back to the copper on there. I just still like to use it up, even if the chrome is resistant to begin with. The whole idea of recycling little things that would otherwise just go in a bin is appealing, strangely appealing. Let's clean the tip of this, give it a chance to do some work. Sorry, the view is probably lousy. There you go. Now let's see if the copperized thing does anything. Come on, you can do it. It's just, you know what? That's very strange. So I'll do it with another one, and it will. I'm not happy with that. So that's weird. Like I said, some of them do and some of them don't. I'm not sure I know what it is that makes one do it and one not. So if I were to do this one now, you might find it would just accept the solder like nobody's business. Or is it just going to always, from here on, it's going to lie? It is. Maybe that's why they're all in the box, because none of them are going to work this way. Although now it does work and it's stuck slightly. Right, I'm going to do one more, and if it doesn't work, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give up this silly recycling business, and I will use a piece of brass. So we have another type here that probably doesn't want to flatten out at all anyway. It's sort of more like a box shape. But let's see. Now I could take a bit of sandpaper to this as well. But in the past, ones that are willing tend to be willing straight from the off. And I don't have to fight with them. There you go, like so. So whatever that's made of, I thank you. That'll do the job. So I just loaded those wings. Right, you can go in the bin. Good shot. My dedication to reusing things is pushed to the absolute extremes there. So what I also then get is a... Oh, actually, do you know what? I'm going to do 2 of these while I'm at it. I'm going to get myself a couple of little screws. And the reason for that is I'm going to use those screws to screw these little ground lugs into the places. Now, a good place to have a ground lug is obviously there. It's got to ground. You can do it straight onto the tin foil. I get a little nervous about doing that. I don't know if it's got enough contact for my liking, but that's probably just me. So I put one in this case, one's going to be in the neck pickup pocket, and I'm going to have another one in the main pocket there. And the one in the main pocket can be used for a sort of a central lug, grounding lug, if you need to add more things to it. Okay, so that's the first thing. I'm going to turn the solder off for a minute because I don't need it anymore right now. That one's dud as well. That missed completely. So now what I do is I either get a pokey thing. Oh no, damn, I forgot to load these things up with solder. These ends. Tin them is the word. Tinmouth. I'm going to just tin these ready to latch onto the anchor points. So I need to heat this soldering iron up again. I'm going to put one in here, and the idea is to put it in the place with the most clearance, which will be down in the center point, I think. We can look at the pickups. Lindy Freyland, the neck pickup is very delicate little thing, which it isn't that one. It's this one. So there we have it. Very nice little thing. And I just want to check the sort of space. Okay, so the most available space would be on the wall here. So let's put that over there. So I get my stabber thing, and I'm going to, you won't be able to see this, but I'm going to make a downward facing hole in the copper foil, and that will be my start point for my anchor. So I'm going to put my little screw through there, get another screwdriver, and this is going to, I hope you can see, yes, just about, should be. I'm going to now put this in to here, like so, and it's already going in at an angle, so it will carry on going in at an angle. And I want it to go in fairly tight and to contact a fair amount of the copper, and then it will stiffen up. There you go, there's my ground point. And then I'll want to do another one in here, and again this will depend on which end of the control plate has the most room. Now this one is going on reverse, so I think it's that way around. What's the normal way? So the most room, free room, is going to be, I think, here on either side, but let's call it there. Okay, so I'm just going to put that over here. I've literally, you're going to laugh, I've literally forgotten which way round the Telecaster plate goes. Thankfully the internet is there to save me. I'll pretend to be consulting a text message when really I'll be going, show me a picture of a standard Telecaster. The Telecaster normally has the switch first, doesn't it? I don't play one that often. In fact, the only one I play is one I made myself, which has has neither a tele control plate nor a scratch plate. It just has, the pickups are fixed to the wood, and it has a rear control plate, like a, I don't know, PRS or something. Maybe not like a PRS. Okay, so there's my two ground anchor points, and while I'm at it, I'm going to put a bit of loading some solder onto here, which will be for just help the fixing to the anchor points in the, where do you call it, cavities. It doesn't have to be a ton, it's already got some stacked up. And so from there I would bring this one all the way through here. One of the things I've found in the past that can be a real challenge, and not necessarily on guitars like well, actually, sometimes on this, if somebody, whenever somebody gives you a body that they've procured from some supplier, you know, that's meant to be a Telecaster or whatever, or something, whatever it's meant to be, and then ask you to either add different pickups, and often, sometimes it can be going from single coils to humbuckers. You can suddenly find yourself dealing with extra wiring, and sometimes it's not that much more wiring, but the wiring that is there suddenly could be, without your say so, can have a thicker rubber sheath around it or whatever, and you try and fit those things, fit that through these existing tunnels, because they were drilled for perhaps single coil wires like this, or single coil pickups like on this. You might suddenly find that your whatever you've added in, sometimes it's even an extra pickup for a customer, you suddenly have to take in on board the original tunnel thickness, because if it's the most depressing thing in the world, that when you get to thinking of putting everything together and you go to put the pickups in and you cannot get the pickup wire through, it is just demoralizing, and it's because you didn't anticipate that was going to happen. It's quite common, and then you find yourself, if you're lucky, you can pull out the wires, and if you can get access, then you are sometimes able to widen them, get another wider drill bit through there to make your task possible, easier and possible. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put the pickups onto the scratchy plate, and like so. I'll try and keep it in focus or on target camera. So just poke these through. Now these parts came with the body came without screws holes drilled, so we're going to need to do those for this plate, and I think that's a good move, because it allows a little bit of movement. If you find that you have an alignment problem, you can finally put the pick guard down where it brings the poles. It might be technically off to one side very slightly, but it may just be getting you out of trouble insofar as that you can basically just bump it slightly to one side. This is not so clever. These are barely, hang on, what's going on here? Hang on. Something not right here. Hold on. Lindy has got 3 of one and 2 of another, and I didn't notice that. Excuse me. Excuse me. So I'm going to have to take off the rubber off this one and deconnect it. Go back with this one, which should be the right one. So, but even that one going into the pickup, it was marginally biting. That suggests a future where I could see this dropping off too easily. Sorry, that's not bitey enough for my liking. It's holding, and you'll say, well, that's all it needs to do, right? That's true. But I worry that those things are not even barely biting the thing. Now, here we have the bridge pickup, which we're going to install into this plate like so. And we get the 3 identical screws here. There are some direct to wood screws they supply you with, but we don't need those for this. One of the things I found out the hard way, and you can never remind yourself of it enough times, or too many times, and that is handling these pickups is so risky, and you have to put it into this kind of construction you're making, which isn't a perfect thing, and you want a perfect being, and you're not geared to handle everything like it was radioactive. But they're so easy to break the wires onto. You have to be very careful. Excuse me, turn down your volume. Yeah, so every time when you handle pickup, you've got to be thinking, where are those most fragile wires? And then as soon as you kind of line it up, get one thing in, and then this only just goes in. Thank you. Do a little do up on there, come around to here, and keeping your fingers at all times away from the business area where the little copper wires come out from the bobbin, or sorry, the wire spool, if that's the word. Obviously once it's inside the guitar, everything is going to just be hunky-dory. It'll be protected, but meantime, at this stage, you are thinking, it's so easy for me to break these little wires if I handle those bits carelessly. So there we have it. It's actually got quite a lot of looseness before it bites. I'm not sure whether this... No, it's okay. I was going to say it might need a spring instead of a rubber thing, but there we have it. So now we have an interesting little task of fitting the two things into place. So if we were to go, let's take off the frailing thing, because that's blue special covered, yes. So this is now going to go down through here, and these wires are helpfully the exact same colour as the wires on the bridge pickup. So you've got two sets of wires that you have to kind of label once they come through, just so you don't lose track. So at this stage you can come on all the way through, and you get one comes through and the other one doesn't. That's always the deal. It's quite difficult to persuade two to go through at once, especially when you've got no lead up angle to get into it. So you sort of come down with the pliers and you go, come on, please come through. Hey, woohoo. Right. Okay, so we grab hold of our ends and we pull them through, and you can see that I've now already slightly tangled them up with my ground wire, which we can undo right now with a bit of a tweak. Get under there. Right, so then we pull all the way through. Hope you can see this, and very gently, let's just check under here, that comes across to there, and I want to just allow that, and will it fit in there? Let's just check. I'm going to make sure. I'm hoping my added thing, actually, do you know what, that probably could be a tad too much in the way. Okay, so I'm going to, before I go any further, I'm going to revise my plan, and I'm going to put this this groundy thing onto the floor, where it's not going to run the risk of catching the pickup as it goes down. So for that, I will put a hole in like so, and we'll go back down like so. This is where having smaller fingers would be really helpful. In there, come on, get in there. Well, okay, that was a first go. Probably should have put it on the ground. There's going to be more room downwards, almost certainly, than sidewards. There we are. Now, pull this a bit through, so I've got room to wiggle. Thank you. Now we'll try again. I mean, I think it's interesting that this kind of body is designed to be used either as a pick guard free or a pick guard, because often Telecasters have a simpler system with a little diagonal cut down there, which you get a much easier thread through of wires, but of course that wouldn't be any good if you were doing it without the wire. Well, yeah, if you had no pick guard, you had nothing to cover it up with. So you notice that's going to stay loose for the time being, and just so that it doesn't fall forward, I'm going to put a bit of tape on the side. And the reason I'm not just committing it to the drilling the holes right now is just because I want the freedom to wiggle if necessary. So I'm going to start with it placed where it looks like it accommodates the neck, or the neck accommodates it. I'm going to just peg back these neck pickup wires, and just for my purposes I'm just going to write. I'm sorry about taking off the Fralin tag. I know that can be quite like an equivalent of case candy, but it's going to be just going to, all it's going to do for me is run the risk of blocking the tube, the tunnel, and stopping the wires going through, which is just unnecessary pain. Oh, I've got to make sure it comes out this side as well. It would help, wouldn't it? That will probably block the wires coming through quicker than anything. Okay, so here we go. Oh, drop it into place, and the wires up through like so. And then we'll put those on there like that. Okay, so we've got grounding, touching a second ball. This is grounding by virtue of the fact the screws touch the metal plate, which is grounded by this black wire here. So that's good, that's good, that's good, that's there, that's good. So the next thing we want to do is we ought to screw it down. Now this is going to give us a whole load of screws. Two here, which look like there's a strap button screws. Put them out of the way over there. We've got 6 of our ferrules, which we need to put on, and then we've got 4 mounting screws here, and the string trees, which I was going to replace. Now this is the thing I can stand not. I'm going to have to do a bit of research. I've never fitted one of these, and it's traditional. I mean, how do you do it? You push it in that way, that goes through there, you push it through and it sticks. That's the other, no, that goes on the outside, and this goes onto the, God, I mean, is there even a chance I can push that through? That doesn't even look possible. Hateful, truly hateful. Da, 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 da. Right, screwdriver. Let's get the bit. There's a bit. Right, nice flat-headed countersunk screws for the bridge plate. Jolly good. So, 1. 2, 3 and 4. These look slightly odd, but they must be the right ones because they A are supplied and B they are. It makes sense to have flat topped screws, but I'm so used to seeing them not like that. I'm so used to seeing them as slightly dome shaped. Well, what a nice tight fit that is, baby. Okay, so I've got two things I'm going to do and I need to learn. And the first one is, actually we could put the neck on right now, I think. That's near enough, because that's going to give us an angle on fitting the plate down. Yeah, I'm going to have a quick look at this, installing this horrible thing known as the electro socket. I might, I don't know, I'm thinking of pausing and checking with Rohit about whether this could be a screw-in electro socket instead, because they are just so much, in my experience, so much more usable than these original Fender style ones. So we've got let's have a look. Sorry about this camera work, it's terrible. We've got a relic'd plate going on the back with slightly new screws, but hey. And they look like they will go through fine. So I'm going to start in the bottom corner. That's on the 2. Let's go to the 4. Top corner. Just another quick look and feel. Yeah, I think that'll be all right. Okay, tighten up. This one doesn't. Right, I've got a feeling that these need to be shorter, so there's not that much of a slope, and that one goes in. But we don't have a set that came with this, so that's not so good. Let's just double check the depth of these, because I'm sure they should go through, but obviously we don't want something piling out the other side. Yeah, it should go through, but it does need to be a slightly shorter one, which is a bummer because this did not come with the set. So that's gonna, if I have to order these, that's gonna put everything on slow down. It's always the way, isn't it? No, nobody, no. And I can't do the bulk of the setup work until that is on the way, until I've got that neck on properly. I'm not going to load it up without that thing. Come on. Blast. These are too long. Well, do you know, I'm going to do something that is entirely legal to do, although some people probably wouldn't enjoy it. If you need to, you can cut them short. Like so. Now these are mine supplied anyway, they're not the originals, but that gives us a better fit. So let's do that, and then we can at least carry on and do what we need to do. There you go. And that's taller again, so that will be better on that side. This really is, it's slightly uneven. I mean, that is fitted, it's fitted pretty close, but weird. it sort of indicates that we're needing 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, it looks like we need literally 1, 2, 3, 3 completely different lengths of screw. 2 the same for the back and 2 different ones for the front. So I've done it with a cut off. There's a little get out of jail tip for you. There's no harm. I'm stopping well short of the fingerboard. What you don't want to be is pushing the longer screws close to the fingerboard and risking drilling any holes in the fingerboard. It doesn't do it any favors. So, but at least this means I can get cracking and do the sort of setup part of it. What I call what do I call it? I call it the geometric setup, thanks to these massively powerful fret cutters. And actually, that's hurt my hands. That was so hard to do. Let's see where you're looking. Now, this is where I've got to sacrifice a set of strings for the greater glory of this job. Obviously not the final ones. What I also need to do is to get the ferrules in. Now, it's always an interesting one whether these darn things fit or not. And sometimes, oh, just my luck, they don't. And if you try and make them fit, you will, without doubt, get some splitting of paint and whatnot. So we probably can't do it with this because it won't go in far enough. So we have to slightly widen this hole to get the ferrules in, but we don't want to over widen it. If we just sort of tap them in, tap them in, we could quite easily not split the wood exactly, but we chip out big chunks of the finish. So the first thing I'm going to do, these got a lip on the top, so that would cover it. And I'm just going to gently run around the top edge of each one, like so. And then I have to see if I have any. That's not. I mean, my real worry, of course, is if I start tapping them in and they don't go in and they get stuck halfway, I'm in even worse situation. So if we have a look at the actual diameter of these babies, with the we've got 8.24, so it's an 8mm, theoretically an 8mm drill bit, and the rest is left to the whatchamacallits. But the problem with that's just good enough to get in there and clean out it's cleaning out the finish that's the thing, and that's what we want. So we're just getting into 8mm. That's good. Phew, thank goodness I could get that in there. You don't want to force those things in because, like I say, probably the worst thing that happened is one gets stuck halfway and you've got to prise it out, and it is not necessarily an easy job. So I'm just noticing, you can't see, sorry. I'm just doing this by hand. I'm not doing it by force. I'm just trying to ease things down. Now, that 0.2mm, maybe, sometimes it could feel like too much. I should have done this with the pickups and everything out, but I can still probably do it. Yeah, it's going to rest on the fingerboard and the bridge saddles, which isn't so bad. Well, it wouldn't be if they stayed in place. Yeah, so I might just do a little bit more wiggling with the blade. I don't want to go near it with a battery drill or any such thing. So I'm just kind of spinning by hand and wiggling a bit. I want the things to fit in snugly, not fall out. They don't fall out mainly because they're held by the string ball, but we don't want that as soon as you change the strings for them to be falling over the floor, although I've had that happen on many guitars, as you probably have yourself. Right. So I'm not going to worry just now about the way round the control panel is going to go. I'll do a quick sanity check afterwards. but I'm going to concentrate on the geometric setup. Okay, that looks to me to be good. I'm going to get myself a little block of wood, like so, and I'm going to get myself a little hammer, and I'm going to tap that down like so. And I can feel it going in, that it's just about right now with the paint and whatever's caught in there removed. And I'm supporting it with this little bit of wood, so I'm not hitting directly. If you really want to, I mean, that can make a dent. If you really want to be totally safe, flatten the wood out even more. I'm used to using it that way for fretting. And sometimes it's good to use it that way just to get the first bite, but then this way certainly does spread the force of any hammering. Good. They feel very secure and snug. So that's a good sign that this guitar is made to Fender specs, so that you could rely on the fact that those holes are 8mm and therefore will fit the drill bit for that cleaning out of the mixture of the finish and probably the polishing compounds as well that get stuck in there. But all of those things prevent the ferrule from going in properly. So I'm just going to tap these down out of the way so everything's nice and smooth. I'm now going to say goodbye. Now, what strings have I got? I've got a bunch of strings here that 1042, 10.5 to 48. They're too heavy. I mean, I'm just going to use up a set of strings that I don't normally use, and these are coming in at 942. So really, I'd be better off using 942s, which is a shame because I always have a limit on those. But hint, hint, I'm completely devoid of cheap Chinese sacrificial strings, and my benefactor, who I could count on in the past for periodic gifts of very cheap collected strings from all around the world, hasn't been able to do it. So I'm being without now reminds me of how much I really appreciated what he did for me then. Let me just do something. What am I going to do? We've got a string tree, but no string tree hole. We've got a nut that's a tusk nut, custom made, fitted with this neck, so we're going to work with it. It may need a small amendment. We're going to put these on. I guess we need to just play it. I'll mark it up afterwards. We need to test play it. I'll mark it up after. So here we go. We're threading the strings. So I call this stage the geometric setup. So I fitted the neck, fitted the bridge, done the shielding and grounding so far. I don't have right now. I have on order, and it hasn't arrived, but I have ordered the tusk string tree for this. I don't know how many it was going to have. I think one is supplied. One is supplied, so we could use it. But let's see if we don't need to. We won't. Okay. So what was I thinking about that I need to query? Anything just yet? No. String tree color, I would go with black. That's for sure. I'm not sure. I have to go and check if I've got those on order. Right, so we got the old split post tuners, good old-fashioned style. very reliable and effective. I like them. Let's have a look down this end for a slightly different view, but also a view of how I snip the wires and measure the distance and stuff. So we pull up on the string so it's all the way bedded in, pull forward and the Telecaster falls over. Sit it, so what we do is we pull it taut, we mark touch the first one, and then two what do you call it, tuners after that length, and it's the same length each time, but I call it 2 tuners just because you can refer to it by eye. Then we put it in there, and to make my life easier I'm going to use the electric converter winder device. So we put that in there, down to the bottom, press it down to the bottom, and then fold it to the right, and then start winding. And in this case, we want it to wind down underneath the original coil. Now immediately I can feel that this is maybe a bit tight in the slot, but that's okay. The first thing I can see is the alignment looks good straight away, which is always a relief, and definitely not something you can in any way guarantee on a partscaster made with less standardized parts. So that's a kind of a blessing with a good quality parts. So I start with the winds near the top, and the idea is to the small amount that gets wound on goes underneath. So it puts the idea is to get the string to come from as low down the peg as possible, and we want that whether or not we've got string trees. It's a good practice to do. Now obviously we won't have string trees when we get to the G, past the G to measure against, so we'll have to just guess the distance being the same. So this will be a very quiet sounding Telecaster at the moment, as you can tell. But I think I probably would have time. I'm not sure I'll have time to wire it up today. I was planning to do that tomorrow anyway. This was to get the main geometric setup part and check out all the components to make sure they work together. Now for the fret leveling, we don't strictly have to have the string tree in place either. So that's good. So here we come. We're going for this one plus another one. I guessed it. So let me snip it. And the problem about doing this is if you don't concentrate and you line up with the wrong one and you cut it, you'll cut it so you don't have enough to wind on, and that will be a whole pack of strings down the drain, which can be an absolute pain. So you have to be, and I've done it loads of times, so despite saying you have to be on the ball, it's very easy to not be on the ball, because too little wire is worse than too much. You can always stretch it out with too much, but if you have too little, it won't hold in place on the post, and you'll be needing another packet of strings or a spare one that you may or may not have, which I rarely have. The only spares here I've got in terms of high E's are 2 from an 8 gauge set, which is going to be far too flimsy for this, well, too flimsy for this set. Okay, so looking at the alignment down here, that actually looks pretty good, all things considered. It's hard to get it reliably, but that's above shot. And of course, when the saddles move, they go to one way or the other, and that, that's okay. Now, one of the things I did notice to begin with, and I spoke about this when I evaluated the parts on a Facebook page, is we're barely at action, and we're not at any kind of action over here, and we're near the top of the lift here. So in order to get a playing action out of this now, I'm going to have to dial up the what-to-call-ems, those thingies, grub screws on the saddles, pretty much right to the top. And the downside about that is they're going to be right up on their hind legs, as I call it. There is a plus side to it, and the plus side is that you don't get the screws sticking in your hands. But I can tell you right now, this is a little bit too high for my liking. These I mean, they're still standing safely on those things. We're barely at a millimeter's action there. So that tells me that this body and this neck aren't perfectly compatible, to the tune of they don't line up. See, this has to go up. This is only about 0.75 of a mil action. Make this play, these have got to stand up. What was that? So here's how I have to stand these up in order to get anywhere close to that. And that's not even for the middle ones. The middle ones are going to have to be even higher. So we've got a problem now. And there's only one solution to this problem, and I hoped I wouldn't have to go near it. But unfortunately, I am going to have to go near it. And that is, it's going to require removing some material from the neck pocket. And this is where what you hoped, now, having lifted this right up, now this is kind of the whole spread of everything is now kind of gone off to one side, which we don't really want. So there isn't a ton of adjustment room here for pulling saddles side to side. But that's just about okay. It's a bias towards the nut is biased towards more space at the base side, which is not really what you want. So this now is up on its hind legs. We're absolutely at the minimum height. I think we might just get away with this, but they are really up on their hind legs. The problem with routing out some neck pocket is it's a big deal. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's a bit of a big deal for them to go in and kind of set up a router jig for the pocket, and we have to be absolutely confident that it's the same size. Again, it's not massively overcritical. It can survive being just a tiny bit off, but okay, we're going to live with this as it is. On the plus side, it's working. It's just quite tall, and also it tells me that this neck is sitting up on one side, and I don't know. I can only assume either the pocket has a slant in it, which is surprising, would be surprising, or the heel is slightly lopsided, well, stacked on one side, but it's definitely holding up a little bit. So let's just, we can't see the depth of it there, can we? Damn. Well, I didn't measure it beforehand because I assumed it was spot on, but yeah, there's definitely, these fellas are sticking up higher than those, and there's more room, almost more room under there. So it's this side is raised, and yet looking down in here, it looks like it's very tightly fitted in there. If anything, there's a tiny little gap under there, which suggests to me that this pocket is not flat. But there we go. We'll work with it, and then when I've done this leveling and stuff, then we can go backwards and take it apart and just really measure things again and make sure something. See what's wrong with it. Well, first of all, the neck is flat as a pancake, so that's why. Right, neck is flat. Let's put some relief into it quickly. Now this is a United States of America neck. What kind of adjuster does it want? 4 mil, 3 mil, 5 mil, 4 mil. Right, let's give it some relief if we can. Please allow us. Now that interestingly, was sticking, that string, the G was sticking in the slot, so we've got to do a bit of work there. So it's a 4mm, even though it's an American made neck. And we've got practically no relief at all, so I'm going to get a longer, straighter 4mm thinger, and I'm going to give it some more slack. Of course, it's very difficult to get the thing into the hole without causing a bit of a ruffle around the edge of the hole. This doesn't appear to be doing anything. That's curious. So, right, Warmoth. Do you know, I don't want to. I don't want to. No, that is. I think, unless I'm completely mad. Does this have a? Maybe this has a positive truss rod in both directions. Let's hope, eh? Let's hope Warmoth. Warmoth. Blimey, this really isn't doing anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't want to get a downer on Warmoth necks, but I've personally had, my experience with them has been 2 complete and utter duds. And this could be the third, because there's nothing happening on this neck, and it is backbowed. Oh, well. Oh, don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. It is. I know I'm holding it here and it's bending, all right, I understand all of that. That is flat, and that is slightly relieved in principle, but it's not enough. It's barely. And my adjustment here is run out of what appears to be natural slacking, so it's got a positive go in the other direction, but that really is doing nothing. And on this side there is a tiny gap. All right, well, this is about as flat as any Telecaster I've ever seen, and it's definitely not what we want. It isn't doing anything in response to my requests to bring some relief into it. It's keeping on turning, but it's not doing anything either by natural, you know, the strings pulling the relief into the neck. It hasn't moved at all in all of that adjustment. I'm really concerned about that. This, people are going to think I've got a downer on Warmoth, and actually I have. And you can probably tell now I'm coming close to telling my story. Telling my story. I don't know if you can tell, but I am hard cranked in the lefterly direction, meaning the counterclockwise, meaning if this hasn't put relief, oh, finally some relief. Okay, it suggests that it's a very direct two-way job, so I think we could be just about all right. Right, I'll stash my story. You're lucky, my friends. Yeah, I'll park my disaster story. I've probably mentioned it anyway when I talked about. On Facebook I showed the end grain on the neck heel, but I'm still not massively thrilled with the height of these saddles. They're coming down a little bit because of the extra relief in the neck, but even still that's kind of starting out higher than a chap wants. And also the fact that the that this fingerboard is not in the plane of the body. It's sticking up this side. examine it closer later, but nothing we can do about it for now. Blimey, that's mightily short. Okay, so that's we got some walking to do, and what you don't want is to be walking backwards on saddles that are sticking a mile up because the angle's all wrong. So I'm going to slack these off first of all before I even attempt to walk backwards, which I'm now doing. And this looks like it's got to go quite some way back, which I'm going to do. And I'm going to take a big walk. Now I'm just doing it without a tuner. I'll test it by ear. Still sharp. Like I said, if we end up having to go all the way back to here, let's do it with a mechanical thing, which I didn't check. I should have done. Revisit the video, go all the way back. Let's just do a quick sanity check. I don't have much room here. Let's go back a little bit. We want a 648. Holy cow. Oh God, no heavenly way. Oh dear. Wah, wah, wah. Did I say this was going to be straightforward? Oh man. I'm going to draw a mark on here where the 648 mark is. Okay. Telecaster, sense check. Let's check the halfway mark, right? The 12th fret. 320. Yeah, it's not really through. Front of the thing, 320. 320, yeah, okay, 4 and a tiny bit, but so 648. Oh my Accrington Stanley. Why couldn't I say that word? Right, so can I tell you something right now, ladies and gentlemen? This thing is going to have to go back. There's the actual intonation mark. It's going to have to go back 5 millimeters on this kind of angle. Is nuts. I don't think we'll even get it back that far, but let's try it. So my ear was telling me the truth. It was saying, you are not intonated, my dear friend. Now I'm going to try and drag this tall. I mean, it's not impossible, but the further we go back, the tighter this angle is going to get. To the point it's just not going to want to get there in the end. That's bad enough, but now we've got to go all the way back even further with all of these. So I'm going to slack them all off, because the last thing I want is these strings pushing this tall upright angle into the ground. So here we go. Just as well I put some strings in there. We're going to sacrifice, because all of this toing and froing is going to cost them their life. Now obviously now this means this particular saddle, the G and the D, is going to have to go back even further. Actually these, hold on, this is not right either. Yikes. That's right. That's wrong. God. Holy cow. Right, this is doing my head in. So some of these saddles are the wrong way round. So either that can be rotated and it corrects it. If that goes around to that side, that goes back, that goes forward. Is that right? Can we turn it around genuinely? Oh, man. These got these little offset sort of cam things that's really doing my nut in, because I can't actually figure out whether they do change around. So just bear with my sanity at the moment. Now I've got them in my hands, I should be able to work it out. So this needs to be that one front. No, that doesn't work. That won't work. Will it work that way? Well, it will. Is it meant to work that way? So I have to take these out. Is this for real? That isn't meant to work like this. That's a pinch point. That's meant to be... Oh my God. No, the end of the pinch point makes the thing. Right. This is nuts. I didn't ever see this before, but let's try it back to front this way. So I'm actually having to change over the screws so the whole thing works back to front, I think, because if it doesn't, then we're stuffed. This needs to work with, no, that's back, no, hang on, that's, right, that's near enough. Right, I think that will work. Lord have mercy on my soul. Why are the little things the hardest, eh? Now I've got to try and get this to reconnect. So I think that's the way you turn them around and get the different orientation. So front and back, and I've got my marker to take it back to. That one appears to be forward and that one appears to be backwards. So we go all the way back to here, to the mark. And now in this case the mark is on the front edge, yes, 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 and that one's the back one. God, look how close that is to there. Now this one, the G is supposed to be back, so that's wrong. Honestly, we have to switch these round as well. Can that even be possible? How come it's shipped like that? Forward, backwards, then we have to go backwards again. Oh, and then it has to go forwards, because the D comes forward. The wound D comes forward. What sort of... So I guess this is default. These saddles... these are supplied. I didn't order them. I'm thinking of another guitar that I ordered them for. These I didn't order. These have come. I suspect these have come ready for a 4 and 2 set, not a 3 and 3 set. So this goes back. This goes forward. That's more correct. So I've had to turn these upside down. Take the grub screws out, flip them over. That's separate from how far back they're going to have to be, but we shall just keep our fingers crossed that this thing works out and actually performs. So that's backwards, that's forwards. So now I can visually eyeball it. Sorry about this. It's not a very good view because I'm not even concentrating on the camera work. So it's going to be way back on the plate. Come on, and this is going to get so stiff when we start raising it up. Okay, so that's now a millimetre back from that one, and when we come here, this will be forwards and backwards. So that's going to be okay. So we'll just take this down to begin with to make it easier. But this is going to be almost on top of the screws. So I think, to me, that feels like a long way back. But for quite a bit further than I would be wanting, partly because we've got this high angle of the... See, it doesn't want to come back. It's trying to tighten up and get stuck. Yeah, so this A and low E are going to be standing practically on the screw to make this work. So I've got to go back a millimetre now with the saddle, and there we go. Wow, that is a long old haul. Now we've got to sort of tighten up. Just not ideal, not ideal. The bridge. So what's at fault? If really you'd, yeah, it's not the end of the world. I would prefer that the saddles weren't so close to the back, because it compounds the fact that they have to be so tall because of whatever's gone wrong with this neck, pocket and heel, which isn't really working out paired together very well. So we've got a bit of an issue there, and now with that we've now got this problem of these standing up, having to stand up really tall, which puts a lot of pressure on this screw at that angle, because when these saddles right at the front of this long screw, the fact that it's tilting up tilts the angle a bit less. The minute you push it back, the angle gets greater as the barrel goes back, and the height has to stay the same. This angle gets tighter, and it's kind of jamming these screws into place. But as long as it works, we'll have to be satisfied. So now I'm raising this up, and again we're going to have to go really tall to get a playable action without making a structural adjustments. And there'll come a point where this angle, the angle on these screws holding the saddles in place, will refuse to accommodate what I'm asking them to do. As it happens just right now, they probably have just about done my bidding. It's not ideal, as you can probably hear from my complaints and huffing and puffing. And also what it's doing is it's now pushing the whole setup slightly to one side for some reason, and now we've really not got we've not got the room here on this side, because we're so high up. I mean, they are now parallel. That's good. They're standing in the right direction. But under those circumstances, this is now not aligned properly. So if that's what we have to live with, we're going to have to try and realign the neck. So this is with a so-called, premium quality thing, an expensive brand stuff, and it's not really working out. You can see, and these saddles. I mean, the saddle angle, the screws here are just pointing at the sky. And this is supposed to be taken care of by this quality hardware, or not hardware, the quality construction. What happened there? Which has meant, what? Are you kidding me? What happened there? Why isn't this even showing? Blimey. Now I'm in danger of reaching a point where the scrub screws are actually going to be so far out, achieving the height, that this is just a joke. We're not quite there yet, but we're not far off. In fact, oh God, this is pathetic. The angle, these screws now are so far up that they're going to be sticking out through the strings. In fact, it almost is sticking out through the strings because the angle is so tall, so big. I'm afraid what's looming is that I'm going to have to do some sort of adjustment to the neck pocket, which is just going to add a big deal of time and a bit more expense, really. We have got 1.5. That's slightly low. Let's go up with that one. Let's turn a bit. Up a tiny bit. Problem with this treble side now is that this has to go up the highest of all because it's the neck reaches up on the heel is larger on that side, so it's all a bit skew whiff. So much for expensive hardware and parts. Okay, that sounds and feels nice there. But what is the, I'm going to turn the heater off a minute. What is the conclusion that we now have? We've got something wrong with either the heel width across its side or the pocket. We're off to one side anyway, so the alignment isn't great, and that needs moving in this direction, so down. We could probably adjust that, but if I'm going to have to take it off anyway, there's probably no point doing that. We've got these standing up so that this screw here is now standing out almost above the strings, because the angle here is so tall because they have to go so far back and be so high. So really this needs squaring off if it isn't, and it also needs sanding down 1 millimeter to allow these things to come down so that they're not standing up and forcing themselves into the back of this plate. In fact, they're not even flush with the plate because the angle is so steep. I'd say that's about 40 degrees, which doesn't sound a lot, but it's actually far more than you'd want. So we've got a challenge. Now come down to the other end. I'll just move this and get rid of these string bits. So yeah, so the job's, effectively just got quite a lot more complicated, and you would hope, and that's what I was saying, wishful thinking. I counted my chickens too early, but you would hope that this is what you would be paying for with your quality components, so that there would not be out of whack. Quote Steve Martin. I don't know if we're still running. We haven't run out of. So we're on one. Look, 2 hours, right? 2 hours, and we're not even comfortably on the setup part of things yet, and that's because of these slowed down suddenly when these issues came up, and that just annoys me, because you're supposed to have paid paid good money for Warmoth, really. Warmoth, yes, Warmoth. All that money you pay for these components, are supposed to save us from that. Right, so at the current setup that we've got, the action at the nut isn't bad. It's a fraction tall, so I'm going to just tweak it. I'm going to tweak it backwards, and at the same time I'm going to be widening to make sure the slots are wide enough. This one's somebody sit on this. It's got bent. I'll bend it and it will snap. Anyway, not what you want. Okay, so I'm just very carefully making sure I've got my 0.3 millimeters. Now, when you have an unknown, this is supposed to be tusk, but I'm not. I hope it is, but it's behaving a little bit differently to me at the moment. So when I'm not sure, I will revert to the V file, and I will just use these Hosco files just to, if you like, shape out the bottom of the slot. because this one's quite dependable on, that's just on the mark, dependable on all and any kinds of materials, whereas this these Hosco ones, expensive ones, seem to be a bit, kind of bounce around for a bit, and if it's not a familiar material, and then suddenly it cuts down way too much and you've lost your place. So I tend to be finding it's still good to do it with a little bit of adjustment with this nice diamond file, which, yes, puts a little bit of a notch in. Actually, really, you would be hard pressed to tell it's a notch, but for the purists who worry that there may be something wrong with that, it's not a problem to use the existing file, or the Hosco files, just to round out this shape at the bottom of the slot. And that's looking brilliant. So it's also, as it happens, I'm widening the slots so that they aren't grabbing the strings. So all currently too high, the first fret action. Of course it moves, that's why I leave this bit to now, just when I've got all the other action components. How I like them, even if to get to how I like them is a bit unorthodox, thanks to things we've already come across, but the action overall on this neck now is where I want it. It's got some relief, it's got the correct action at the bridge end, and now I'm just fine-tuning. Lovely and low. So I'm going to now do it again on this side. Now here we've also got a factor in the thickness of the material on the what's-its. Those things, frets, but it's not so much, but it's just make sure I take that into account. I think that's good. I think that's nearly all right as it stands. No, tiny bit. Again, this one again needed a bit of widening. I could feel it. Yep. And this one pretty high. Oh, that's because it's standing on the edge. Go. Right, put those away. Must remember not to put these in the bottom of my bag again, because I think something sat on them and they got slightly bent. Not good. Now this is still bizarrely still too flat. It's playing just about, but we still haven't got enough relief into it. So I'm still going to have to go. No, I'm going to have to go back with this. But you can tell I'm worried, right? You can hear it. I'm needing to go counterclockwise, not clockwise. So now it's making me question my own sanity. So I'm now positively going counterclockwise, and also, as you can see, trying like hell to get it out. Hear it creep, breaking off all the finish. Right, I'm going to do a tiny bit more in the relief department if I can. feels really unusual. So you can tell I'm concerned for a number of reasons about this neck already. Right, we have relief in there, that's enough relief. Okay, we'll always put it out of tune. So I'm concerned. Feels great there. Let's just now double check what effect it's had on this end. We've probably gone tall, which we expect to a little bit. So a tiny bit down there. Okay, that's good. That's okay, that's okay. That's a fraction low. Right, this will be at our playing optimum. That feels okay, but we're still, alignment is wrong, so I'm going to make a note about that. Neck alignment, wrong, needs adjusting. And whatever has to happen here, it's either some sanding, a millimeters routing, but that means taking everything off and putting a template on and getting the router outer and everything. So it's a pain. But now what we have here is we have a neck that's set right. Oh dear, now what's happened here is that because I've taken some finish off that fret, each fret, it's that little, each fret afterwards is buzzing. So if I take the finish off that fret, the next one's buzzing, and so forth. So I think we're okay on those. That's grounding out. There's some uneven fret there. Well, okay, job decided. There's enough there to bother me. You know, part of me was thinking, oh, am I going to get an absolute perfect set of Warmoth frets that are going to mean that I don't have to do any fret leveling for Rohit? And of course the answer is no, it's not going to happen. Also, of course, we have got to scrape off, in the process, scrape off all of this gunge, which is going to clag up the paper like nobody's business on the banana. You know, now, as you know, the action that I like to set and that my customers want, let me just say, before anyone goes, you shouldn't set a Telecaster that low. The action that my customers want is always pretty low, and so therefore I don't knock companies like Warmoth by saying, oh, you know, you've made a crap neck because it's just buzzing out in the middle there at the low action. We've set a very low action and there's precious little neck relief, okay, even now. Well, actually no, there is some now, but it's a very low action, and for a Telecaster it's not surprising that because we got this coating of finish on the frets, it's not surprising that some of them are buzzing out, as I've recognized, but some of them are also buzzing out because they appear to be uneven. So, you know, it's in part the extra low action that's making this hard. But the bit that bothers me is the unevenness. and the height above the body. It's got a lovely resonance to it, I'll give it that much. The two things together sound great acoustically, but whether or not, you know, we'll get to the playing action that we're after here. Let's just hope. So this thing, the leveling, is going to have to scrape off. It's a compound radius, if I'm led to, if what the neck says is the truth, and that means that while the banana leveling method is very good for, sorry, I'm just going to zoom out. Oh, what a terrible note to self. Use all the previous footage, zoomed out footage from here. Yeah, well, the method is very good. What was I going to say? It means I've got to cut all of this gunge off the top of the frets to make this work, and that's an additional pain in the because it's going to totally clag up the tool. But we have to just sort of take that on the chin, I guess. So I'm going to get stuck in, and if we have to throw this away and put a new bit of paper on there or whatever, then so be it. Okay, so I haven't tried any bends yet. I really ought to, hadn't I? I mean, the problem is it's going to be very difficult with this stuff on it, but I can't tell. I'm going to have to do it as we go along, because unless I take all of this stuff off first with, well, what am I going to take it off with without adjusting the uneven, you know, messing up the evenness. Anyway, it's just not ideal. So that we're going to ride over this finish quite a bit, but we have to take it off. There's no ways around it, and we just have to keep on trying to clean out the paper as much as possible along the neck. So it's cutting through it a bit. God, not much. It's just going to be harder work. Even when, I mean, I quite often end up doing this leveling on fenders that have had, or that have been fretted and then sprayed over, and you know, that always works out. It's not impossible to cut through it, but it is just a bit of you can see it's furry as anything, so it is a bit of an additional pain, and it is clogging up the paper, so I might have to pause halfway through. At this point in time, it looks like an absolute mess, courtesy of their choice to overspray. Now, looking at this straight away, we have a bit of either a low spot here, or we could just say that whatever's there is definitely not cutting through the finish. I'm trying to do this with a bit of plastic, but even that doesn't seem to want to scrape it off very well. But then if I do that, I lose track of the leveling, so it's just not a great thing. So I'm just going to trust the paper's cutting potential and just cut until it's through. And it's sort of, right, it's through now, and I've now got a more accurate reading of what the neck's doing. But the good thing about this method, of course, is that even no matter how grungy it gets like this, once we've got the tops clear, which we haven't entirely, but we can go through it and check all the notes. See, that's cleared up there. That's a bit sticky at that end because it still has to be cleared, and I think we need to do it with the leveling file and not wait for the recrowning file, because otherwise we just don't know what we've got. And the whole point of the banana method is its sort of ability to diagnose. And if I'm running along here and it's still not cutting through the finish, what it's telling me is that I'm not hitting the metal, so it's telling me the fret is low, and I'm not getting down into the sort of pits of the board. So that's nearly there. I think I can conclude I can live with that. It's just stuff flaking off everywhere. It's horrible. Okay, So what I'll do is I'll run along until the G track, and once we've got that cleaned up I will test the bends of the high E bends, and that will be another sort of telling thing, because that's where often the uneven frets show up, and then you try and do a bend, I don't know, 12th fret bend on the high E, and it chokes out. That's what this method is about taking care of. So, and we've got to have sandpaper that works. Yeah, so I've got a basic Fender neck pocket template in acrylic. It's a very thin one, so I'd probably have to reproduce it in I was going to say I'd have to reproduce it in 9mm ply to really have the stiffness I would need. And then, having said that, then if I'm going to have to go to that length, then I'd be probably just as well to make a template off the actual neck heel itself. But good. That's cleared those up. Now we'll recalibrate for the G track. Again, there's slight difficulty here because if you look at this, we've got grooves that my calibration doofers are sitting astride of these grooves at this end, and it's not helpful for someone like me because it doesn't guarantee perfect uniform positioning. It's still actually quite good, but what I don't want, thankfully they're sitting astride these little divots, or these little pits. But again, all these little things that somebody who's making a living relic'ing something like this doesn't really, or won't know about. Of course, it's not their day-to-day bread and butter. Trying to find a level on this and take care of it this way. But it's just one more thing that makes me go no. Boy. Relic'ing fanboy. No. And I'm not a fan of spraying over the frets like this, especially not with so much, because I think what they had to do is to allow them to cut in and make this wear pattern, they also had to build up a considerable level of thickness of finish, which means I've got a ton of finish to scrape off these frets with the leveling method. Okay, now is the good. Scraping. It's like an icebreaker. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's move on to the D. That's good. I mean, underneath this, apart from having to pull all of this or scrape all of this stuff off, it's looking like the frets are pretty good under that. There's a minimum amount of leveling, but still was some, but I would say it's a good set of frets, relatively speaking, and the fact is that nobody can get them perfectly flat for any application, and certainly if you don't use a strong leveling method like this, because they will be leveled not with the neck not under compression, and that's, in the 8 years I've been doing it this way, that does show quite a big difference in, I guess the way I would say it bunches the frets. That's about the simplest way of putting it. I'm concerned that we'll be out of power or out of something in a minute and we'll be shut down without having a say in it, but there we go. Yeah, longer than, more challenging than expected, longer time required than expected, but let's see what we find once we've done this and sanded and polished out the frets, so the front side of it's all in good shape, then we can question the whole business of the heel fit. Now I'm not managing to remove the stuff here, so it's not I'm not getting to cut. Could be that I'm run out of cutting power on this thing now after the first few bits. I'm trying to figure, I don't want to run metal things on them, of course. I'm just trying to get rid of this stuff now. Wow, will it come off? Will it? How? Won't even come off this bit. For some reason this last fret is putting up, it's either extremely low and it's just refusing to budge, or it's extremely low and refusing to budge, but the finish is sticking doggedly to it. It must be a mile thick, and I don't have anything that looks capable of removing it. Everything else is too soft other than some metal, which I don't want to wield at it. I'm going to just do a bit more up this end and see if I can just get it clear. Come on, get rid of it, get rid of it. Gosh darn it. Really doesn't want to let go of it. We'll get there eventually, certainly on the recrowning. Let's try the A, and if it really doesn't want to do it, then we might have to just go and change the thingy paper. That's not set up right. So altogether, slightly concerning about how much relief I had to, how hard I had to work to get the relief in it. That worried me somewhat. I don't like how much crap is on these frets. Oh, Lordy, you're never going to get it off. I mean, it's making a big oil slick coming off the frets there. Let's just try the notes first, where it has cleared up the frets. That's actually pretty good. Let's move on to the low E. We'll clear those last bits off with the fret crowning file. The ends of these frets have been very well done. You know, I'm suitably impressed with them. There's nothing wrong with that. But just you know, some basics about the neck and its fitment to this body has me worried slightly. I'm trying to scrape off this gosh forsaken, and it's just not cutting through this finish at the moment, or very, very slowly. It's probably the right thing that it is very slowly, but I just want it gone. It's just a horrible mess. I think it's going to end up requiring just one more bit of stuff on here. The problem with that, stay there, is that it's going to kill it straight away anyway. So let's just do it. But I want to get this part of it done before I pause tonight. Or if that's the end of tonight's activity, I want it done. don't know what time it is right now. So I'm just going to get rid of. Now some people would say, well, why don't you just get a radius block and run it down there to get rid of all that crap? And the point is, you can't do that if it's a compound radius. You see, a radius block has a fixed radius, and it will impose it onto the this compound radius, which is exactly what you don't want to do. That is not quite long enough. Why is that? Why have I got that if it's not quite long enough? Anyway, so let's get some cellulose thinners to wipe this off, clear the glue off it. Fresh paper will cut through it much quicker. It's just, as you can see, it's just a pause in that operation. I was talking to, or chatting to somebody about this truss rod, the U-channel truss rod, why I use it and its limitations, if any. And one of the limitations of this truss rod is that it doesn't go completely flat usually. And that's not really too bad of a problem. Yes, in the bin, over the shoulder throw. Not too bad of a problem. But oh yes, because you always want some relief in the neck. However, I think if you do need it to be completely flat when you start, I think you can bend it a little bit. Although I've bent this one a little bit, and I think it has flattened it out a bit more without doing any kind of permanent damage. I think the only thing you'd have to watch out for is that when you bend it, you don't kink it in the middle or something. You've got to be fairly satisfied, confident that it's a good, thanks for that, a good bend. I mean, it's flattened out and it's pretty even. Right, these are important because I want to put that on there. Right, and then that doesn't want to stay on there. Right, so here's my new bit of stuff, and believe it or not, this is still slightly hard to attach because it starts at one end and go down the other end, and it sort of wanders about, and so you have to waste a bit to be able to be sure of getting it all the way on, all the way down. If you do too little, it's just frustrating because you end up running inwards of the edge when you really don't want that to happen. So it's over long and it's over wide to begin with, and then I can trim it back. We'll have a nice fresh thingy to start with. I'm using the edge of it to cut down, and then I'll just go in and cut the ends flush with the thing. And I usually sort of do that by just pressing it and making a bit of a imprint like that, and the same at the other end. Sort of like that, and then get all the bits out of the way and in the bin. Right, so 2 hours and something been going. This should help sort out our E-track. You can feel it getting going with the cutting a lot nicer. Yeah, I think that's an important thing to do, is to change over and get some fresh. There it is, some fresh what's it. I think I probably will go back and make that and just do one of the others. Let's just do this top end a bit more, and then we'll do the A as well. Now the reason why this tool respects, in inverted commas as I call it, the compound radius is because it's doing the leveling in sort of slight side to side movements in a single track, a relatively single track, and so it doesn't impose any radius on it. It kind of follows the radius in a relatively thin slice, as you can see. So I think those will be kind of where I want them. Lovely. Right, I'm happy with that. So I'm going to put those important things away in the thing box. And I'm going to lightly brush off any of the clogging stuff so we get a few more uses out of this one before I have to change it again. Hang that one up, put that one out of the way. Okay, so wow. So it's still got quite a bit of stuff to remove. So now comes the remove the sacrificial strings, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save these for the next guitar to use the sacrificial strings again, because I caught myself out needing them a couple of times, and all it will take to save these will be to spend a couple of minutes off camera straightening these string ends out so that I can reuse them on something, because normally I just go, I can't be bothered, just cut them. They've done one job as a sacrificial string, that's enough, and then I kind of sacrifice them even more. But this way, I think after the camera's off, I'm going to save them. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run over the top again. This is the recrowning time, and this is going to rip off any remaining material, or quite a lot of the remaining material, or crack off. When I say material, you know what I mean. I mean amber coloured lacquer. So we're going to get rid of that as well, and then anything that's left will be removed by the sanding and polishing process. And that lacquer is really, it has enough thickness in it to make a difference to our leveling process, and that's, you know, or to the action, the playability. So when we're talking low actions, we're talking there's enough in the thickness of the finish to mess up playability, which is incredible, really. And I don't mean it's strangulating the the wood and stopping it breathe and speaking and strangling its voice or any of that stuff. Right, here we go. Look, this is absolutely gunged on. What a nasty freaking mess. Crack off, man, crack off. I actually cannot get this stuff off. Holy cow. What am I, what, where, what, when, how? Somebody. Really? I mean, this is unworkable. How can I recrown this with all this gunge everywhere? Not happy, as you can tell. For all, for the sake of vanity. Right now I've got another one that has a load of stuff on the end here, which I'm trying to crack off. The clear side is crowning as you'd expect, but this side is just fighting me because of this. Gosh darned stuff. Oh. I need it to break so we can take it off a bit. That's cutting, that's doing its thing. Just do your thing. Oh man. This is not hard enough. I'm going to sand stuff out, so I'm going to have to use a metal surface to do it. Let's see if it's going to do anything. God Lord. Now, see, what happens is I lose completely lose the marking of the stuff. Maybe I should have just scraped all these first. I mean, here we've got flat spot on there. I don't like doing this with the metal, but I don't really have a choice because I can't see what's going on in the crowning department if this has still got that gunge on it. Even that's still full of crunched up stuff. It just does not let me do it. Look at the state of that. That's absolutely grimed up. Oh. I'm using this other end. That seems to give it a bit of a scrape that the normal end doesn't do. I've got practically no visibility of what I'm doing here thanks to that finish. It's giving me no. Right, this is what I'm going to have to do. Damn it. Honestly, I could spit. Look at it. Damn your eyes. Ugh. It's actually peppering me all over me, getting it in my eyes everywhere. What a hideous thing to do, and so thick as well, because it has to, I guess it has to put up with all this relic-y synthesizing stuff going on down there. Facsimilating. Ugh. Yikes almighty. Let me just look at that. What a mess. Got 2.5 hours and still running. It's probably going to concat any minute now. Let's do this end down here. I think we've got bits sticking on here still, and here still, and here still, and here, and here, and here. You can hear it. I know next time to use this end. Still needs cleaning, but use the flat end to crack all this junk off and then brush it away. I think I've probably still got enough. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to rely on it. Let's just do this again if I can. Lost most of the useful guidelines. You still can see it going over the tops of the material that hasn't come off on the sides, and frankly, getting that out it's going to be tricky in of itself. Let's see if we can just get somewhere. Well, that's not really even letting me see. That's a bit better. God, what a mess. Oh, it really is clogging it up. Something rotten. And all the subtle information, feedback this is meant to give you about condition of the frets and the tops of the frets and whether they're level, it's just gone out the window with this. It's an absolute mess. I'm so annoyed with it. It's everywhere. But why? Why? I mean, I've done this a million times before on a million different guitars with stuff sprayed over it. None of it has ever been as hard as this. I mean, I can understand why, because they've had to build it up really thick on that area that they're doing the sort of folks relic. But I literally have lost all reference now to recrowning. I'm sort of, if we get any recrowning done in this process, I think we'll be slightly lucky, because it just gets in the way. Skidding along this gunge. Now my next hope, see, that's not even coming off. my next hope is that, I mean, I've never seen such filth getting caught in these files before. Next hope is that when it comes time to, Lord have mercy, when it comes time to sand and polish these all out, that this thing plays ball and takes most of that rubbish away, because otherwise we're just going to get stuck with this hideous amber stuff clogging everywhere. Like I say, I really can't tell you how the recrowning's gone on this. I'm hoping for the best, as simple as that. But this gunge will not allow me to do it adequately. I'm just hoping that, you know, this tool works as it always has, and I mean, partly this has obviously helped to break the crust of this stuff, but it's just an absolute stinky mess. Look at it everywhere. Okay, so let's. Time to stop, because what I'm going to do now is going to let all the cameras cool down, and I'm going to. Yep, it's telling me low power mode. It's about time. We're going to just let everything cool down, recharge. I'll come back to this tomorrow. What I will do tonight is I will mask it off and polish it out. So when we come back tomorrow, we'll be looking at the neck, heel, and considering, and I might take it off and measure it tonight, just so I know what we're going to be dealing with when we come back to it. So thanks for watching. Yeah, never simple, is it? Oops, there's a crappy plectrum. All right, thanks for watching. We are exactly 2 hours 37 minutes time to go home soon. Well, here we are back again after a little bit of remedial work since we last saw each other. And basically what I've done is I have reduced the neck pocket by 2 millimeters, which was my plan. And to do that, that wasn't it. To do that, I made me a neck pocket template in 9 millimeters from a standard Telecaster, because I checked it, it matched that. But what I also did is when I put it on, I also put this little bit under this there. It cut it exactly the right length to support this arm, because when you cut over here, this arm, even with 9 millimeter, can bend down somewhat, and you can, if you're not careful, you can get a tilt. So put this on a flat surface, bring this up to the exact size and have it rest under there, and it fitted perfectly, so it stopped any tilt in that side. This side's obviously supported, so no problem. So there we have it, down 2 millimeters, and we are back ready to go. So there's been a lot of chatter online, which don't blame people for being kind of interested in how this thing has gone. People do like sort of having a view on big brand name stuff, you know, including stuff like Warman. This thing's got no strap button holes in it, so that's a good thing. I've got to put those on as well. Yeah, so people, you know, get quite opinionated in a good way. You know, everybody's got a view on stuff, and in this case on Warman. Oh, no, Warman. Sorry, Josie Warman. This is not about you. Warmoth bodies and necks and whatnot. And you know, there's a range of different views that go from, some say, well, you know, nothing can be put straight together without some work, you know, come on, expect it, sort of thing, through to other opinions which go something like, oh, don't tell me, I have got to, oh God, I've got to remove the neck to get this thing in. Now, oh God, that's the other thing now I've got. Yeah, look at that. So I've lowered it. Now will we get this under here? And I got it all lined up as well. So, okay, let's just do a little test here, because this is going to drive me nuts as well. Let's get a measurement for this plate. Right, 2.3 millimeters. Let's say. Let's get a scrap of similar size plate. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, different views. People with their various views on what's good and what isn't. or how things should come together, like this kind of kit and whatever. This is about the same size. So if you will forgive me, I'm going to make a noise a minute, but I just cut myself a sample piece of this so I can do a little test. Thank you. Bear with me. And then, of course, there are people whose take on it is you should get straight back onto Warmoth. Not my fault they made them so similar. Devon knows how they make them so similar. Yeah, so the people are saying, get onto Warmoth, they'll sort it out. And I guess that, I don't know, but I imagine some people are saying that from the point of view of, don't come on your Facebook page and criticize them, go back to them and give them a chance to put it right. And I understand that. And if it was a showstopper, we should be all right. I still have to take it off though. If it was a showstopper, then we would have to, we would certainly do that. But it isn't. It just needs an adjustment in the neck pocket. Now, the reason I'm doing it and not going back to Warmoth is because Rohit bought these parts and everything in the States while he was away on business, and first of all, I don't know from the outset if he has all the sort of stuff, paperwork and whatever. Secondly, when you do have the paperwork, and believe me, I've been in this position with customers' guitars before. By the way, sorry, Warmoth, all your pretty turtle and everything's gone from there. Well, it had to. Nothing I can do about that. So, so don't know, if he's got all the paperwork. And in the past, I have not had a good experience trying to get Warmoth to help with very warped necks and things like that. And in my experience, they didn't help because they saw that in having ordered the neck for a customer's project, the project was a headless guitar, and the customer wanted to buy the neck from Warmoth. They don't make headless guitar necks, apparently. Well, they may do, I don't know, but apparently they didn't then. So he ordered the neck with the view that I would be taking the headstock off and making a headless out of it for our project, which I did, but and I'm going into the story, aren't I? I said I was never going to tell the story. Anyway, now this touches, but I know it's got room, so it isn't pressing. I've just slipped this, the same size under there, and it's loose. Anyway, so they basically, they wouldn't have any of it as far as they was concerned, as far as they were concerned. The fact that I had taken the neck off the guitar invalidated any need to help my customer out, despite him having spent about $600 US on it, which is no small sum of money. Anyhow, I'm just putting these back on, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do my thing of, I want this to be as snugly into that corner as is possible, because this neck doesn't actually have the best alignment in the world. I have very carefully sanded the neck pocket to create a tiny bit more movement to allow the strings to align better, but even that is just a little bit annoying, when you've paid money and the two things have a bit of movement. But anyway, so the problem is my experience of going back to them has never been very good, and I don't know whether Rohit has any of the paperwork or so on and so forth. So anyway, in our discussion, he confirmed that he wanted me to go ahead and do the repair. I'm just going to put this here, although we don't have a clear midline spot. But I'll take the midline off the centre of here. Anyway, so so the agreement was. Oh, and by the way, of course, the other thing that we don't know about is how long it would take to try and send stuff back to the US and get some sort of repair, swap around, whatever, whatever the deal would be. That would be quite difficult, I've got to say. Anyway, so it's just something you don't want to be really doing. And so for the price of an extra hour's work on this, we get to make up a template and put it right, and that'll be fine. No harm done. Now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to eyeball me a center line down here, which I like to do. Eyeball me a center line here, and I'm going to eyeball me one down here as well. And there's the thingy, so I'll just put a square edge on it. Anyway, so we just decided to go and make the thing happen instead of running into kind of all kinds of, can we get a refund? What would we get? What would it be? Would it be a different body, a different neck? Who knows? And having done a load of work on it, it's kind of mad to have to stop and just lose all that work and do it all again. So, and it's not something you can know from the very beginning when you start making the thing. Of course, it only comes up by the time you get a few stages into it. So we're going to go ahead and finish it. Hurrah! So we've got the bridge with the saddles now lower. We've got our neck pickups, wires coming out there, and we've got our reverse doofer there. I've also made up a little, I don't know what the word would be, unsolder, temporary male unsolder. What does that mean? Marker, temporary marker. So this goes to the neck pickup. So I guess we are in the place where we'd probably best start up the soldering iron. So this is going to be the neck ground, and there's going to be quite a bit of wiring going on here. So let's see. Now the thing about these wires is when you twist them together, they do a sort of a bit of what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word? The word is shielding. That's right. They kind of do some shielding when you wrap the earth round alive. So I'm going to point you sort of there. Now, clang. I don't really, I'm going to have to keep sort of looking over my own shoulder to make sure we're getting there. Right, so power on, heat up, yes, that one. We've also got to put in 2 string trees, 1 at least, but the problem is with the logo here, there isn't really a great place to put them other than quite close to the nut, which makes them a little bit, I don't know what the word would be. Sorry, I'm at the wrong end of the guitar a minute, forgive me. Yeah, I'm worried that it'll be a little bit, I don't want to really, I may just have to. No, you see, if I do it there, that's gonna cut into the logo. If I put them there, and if I put them out there, that's too far. So they have to be right back here, which is, and the other one has to be sort of pretty much in line with it. I don't think there's another place you can do it. So maybe we'll just have one. But even still, as I say, the design of this logo puts this string under a pretty hefty pull, and the only alternative is we go up sort of just between the 2 letters, but honestly, it is not the most ideal. I don't think they thought about it really. I mean, they've given you with the kit or with the net comes a little, the word I'm looking for is metal butterfly string tree, old style. But even that has to go to cover the E and the B. That has to land smack bang in the logo, which is not a good idea. Right, I'm going to pull out one of the last couple of fresh blades I've got here, because I'm cutting wires without a fresh blade is somewhat miserable and I don't like doing it. So I don't really need any more wire. I think I've hooked up everything I need. We may need the thing that the arms, helping hands. Also, yes, we will need some, you know, I don't know why I brought the meter. We will need the shrink tubes because we're going to join up a couple of wires. So we also need our heat gun ready. Okay, so let's just have that ready. I'll have a couple of green heat shrink thingies. Have them over here ready. I think we need some clippers, side cutters. We need a pair of long blue pliers from manhandling things. Okay, so first thing I've got to do is, with the very sharp new blade, I'm going to basically, now, what I could do is I could leave all of this wire the length it is, but the truth is it's major long, and these are all going to join up. So to be honest, I don't think we need so much stuff dangling around, and when you have a ton of wire dangling around, it's I mean, yes, it means you could probably technically you could take the thing out, move it around a lot, or take the pickups out, put them in some other kind of guitar that isn't wired in this reverse way, but truth to tell, this is still quite a lot. I just think the less extra wire we have floating around in here, the better. So I'm just going to trim them back a little bit, and then with this sharp thing I'm going to kind of whiz round and cut back the stuff. Always never quite as much as I need to do. I know I should use one of those special tools, but I've never, for some reason I just don't get on with it, those wire clipper things. So I have to, with this sort of stuff, I have to fiddle about a bit more. And then if you get the wire, get the cloth stuff caught in the braid when you're soldering it, it does mess it up a bit. This sometimes stops the heat going through, but so I twist around a bit and then I let it roll back as I'm cutting through. Something like that. So we're going to join up these things, and once we join them up, everything is in good shape. I think we've got some interesting switching here. I don't quite know what it does, but that's okay. So I'm going to just point these in this direction so I can put some what's it on them. By what's it I mean solder. I'll put a bit of stuff on there for each of these. Put it back a fair bit. Okay, so I'll just tin those up, but what I'll do is I'll put a little bit of extra solder on there because we want to create enough for a joint man. So we don't want it to be too sparse. All good. Then really you just need to cut all 4 of these. So these feel a little bit, I'm not really that keen on this vintage braided wire, and the reason being is that it's not very, in my experience, it's not as strong as I would like it to be at the point it attaches. I don't know why. I don't know why it should be any weaker than any other braided stuff, but I don't know, I've just had my experience is it seems to break easier. I could just be completely wrong. Right, so I'm going to also, let's do the neck one together first. I can probably do this without using the helping hands. So just press that down a bit, bring this down to match. So when that cools, I will attach the neck pickup ground to it. That one. Yeah, I was quite surprised that I managed to make sort of a innovate a little tool to put on the to fit the vintage style plate socket. Sorry, I've never really liked them, but you know, on the basis that the Rohit sort of agreed that I would fit the more modern one, but you know, they are very bright and shiny in their modern chrome. So I don't know. I just thought let's try and make this one work. Now, what am I looking for? Neck, right, so that's going to join with that. Ha! That's what I've just gone and done, idiot. You could have told me. I've gone and cut this one shorter than it should be. Duh! Thank you. I'll just make a couple of small amendments to my error. Please look away now. Yeah, so anyway, I've managed to fit the inner part. I did see somebody online do it with a pretty complicated little tool, and I sort of thought, I looked at it and I thought, I do use something sort of similar approach when I'm doing, actually it's not true, I thought I would do a similar approach when I'm removing studs, bridge studs, but actually it's not really the case. I don't really do a similar thing, but I realised that between the bits, the tools or the bits and pieces I had for that, and the bits and pieces I had for generally getting jack sockets undone, which included a Stumac thing called the gripper, is it? Anyway, it's very useful. So that allowed me to do the same job as the chap in the video, so I felt pretty pleased at that. So here we are, an extra and thoroughly unnecessary join from me being such a idiot. So I now get to cut another piece of stuff, but this is going to be joining up the neck, so I need that extra length. So put that one on there. We will heat up those two first of all. Festival. Ah, look at me. I've gone and done it where it was, not where it should be. What a... Here's me, so thrilled that I've sorted the bridge out. My brain's switched off. Hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. I shall be back in a minute when I've recalibrated my head. What a bloody silly man. Anyhow, back in normal land. I also didn't like the solder on that one. Yes, so what was I talking about? Lost track now. That's better. Right. Before I lose my mind completely, let's just place this over there, like so. Let's now join these two. We'll go back in time to where we were. So that and that. Then we're going to need this and this. This one comes over. Don't do it. Yes, thank you. This one comes over there like so. We need a bit of tinning on these other few. Also, don't forget I've got to attach or mark up, or not mark up, but attach the scratch plate and screw it in place along with the string trees and the strap buttons. Okay, so we have the neck pickup, the neck plus positive if you like. Here it is, and there was me trying to be clever and cut it too short. Thank you. Okay, go. There we are. Now this blue one goes over the join here, very cleverly. Now we have these little ones. Let's pull this over. I'm not going to cut any more back. I'm going to leave it as it is, so I don't catch myself out. We'll live with whatever the wire is in a cavity. So that's that. So this is the bridge hot and the bridge ground. Flinging things over my shoulder. That's how I work. Come on, thank you. So this weekend I've got, being a Friday night, this weekend I have got, can you see what I'm doing here? Yes, you can really. This weekend I have the pleasure of this guitar to finish, which I think, looking at it now, I shall finish tonight, which is great, and then we can be dispatching it first thing on Monday. Then I've got Paul's, what was it called? Garrison acoustic, which is coming close to that scary old neck reset time, but we're going to get just a little bit more modification out of it, better nut and a bit more, a little bit of lowering at the saddle, but not much, to be honest. So that's tomorrow. And also, while I'm there, I've got Lawrence's Honer. Oh, I've just done it again. Look at me. I forgot to put the blasted tube on, the shrink tube. Back again. Try again. Yeah. So I've got the Honer, which is I've got a bit more careful end work to do after having refretted it and refinished it and done all that to it. And yeah, and then Paul's acoustic, and I don't think I've got any more immediate. Oh, I've got some coming in. I've got a Taylor Baby coming in. So let's get rid of that. No. Taylor Baby coming in, and could well be another Telecaster later in the week, but we shall see. Now, I just picked up the thing I'm going to need. There it is. How do things disappear so quickly? So you can see it already. It looks like quite a lot of wiring going on. Whole lot of wiring going on. But we shall see. As long as it fits in the electrics cavity, we'll be all right. So in a minute we'll get the proof of the pudding as to whether my fitment of the annoying little bracket that holds the jack socket in place has worked. Okay, so we'll pick all these up as high as we can go, just to keep them away from any paint work while we do hot air blowing. Right, let's just have a quick look. Well, we've already got the jack fitted, and the difficult part now, which I haven't really figured out myself, there's a nice pure tone thingy, word thingy. What is it? It's a pure tone jack. Now I've got to get that out through the funny little thing, and then onto the little cup thing, and then I've got to get my little sockety thing into the thing that does the thing. So this might be a tiny bit funny or weird or not very straightforward. So my little cap thing, my outside washer thing, my custom kit for doing things, and my thing that might help me bring the thing through. You get what I'm drifting at. So let's just check this for reality. We've got ground coming in here, fantastic. Ground on the top, grounded all by the plate. Oh yes, that's one. I am going to add one more small wire, and that is I'm going to take a wire from the top of this pot and ground my shielding ground lug. So it's only going to be a little bit of brown wire. That's all it's going to be from one to another. That should be enough. That'll be the last bit of solder, I think. Yeah, so I guess the thing I was trying to point out or say yesterday was that I'm not, and I think maybe some people who came in and saw my write-up might have thought I was complaining or struggling or not knowing what to do to fix these things, and I do know what to do. It's just I always go through things in great detail, obviously, you know, when I'm working on something, and I speak as I find, really. So, you know, if it, oh, I just turned this off. Why is it? Come on, you've lost your mojo, iron. Yeah, I just talk through what I find which interests me, really, and I'm not talking through it saying, oh gosh, I don't know what to do with it. I'm just kind of saying, wow, look how they've got that, or how we have to do this, and you know, and some of them, I'm not just getting at Warmoth for the sake of it, but I do think that it's a fair thing to say that when you buy a neck and a body from the same supplier and it's routed for a standard bridge, the three things you should have a lot of confidence that they work together without having to get your router out. Now, do you think that's a fair thing to say? I'm not being unfair in saying that, I don't think. So, you know, and then after that, of course, the issue can come back to, well, you know, you could go back and give them a chance to put it right. And of course, one could, and that would come down to you know, how much time has Rohit got, and you know, has he got the paperwork since he bought it on his travels some while ago, and you know, some questions like that, really, or some issues like that. So whatever, I don't think it's fantastic that we have a neck and a body that requires getting the router out. And people may have noticed from my notes that nowhere in them did I suggest that I would reduce the heel to solve the problem, because that really wouldn't be a good idea. Now, if I put this through here, I've got the little thingy in there, and this has to come through there and pull through there and bring the socket on. This could still be another reason why I want to replace this. So I've got an option, because there is another one, the more modern version coming. But so you'd think that this has to go through there. Okay, it does. Now I'm going to hook it onto here with a backwards turn using StewMac's wonderful thingamajig, and then, oh yes, that should come through here nice and neat and tidy, shouldn't it? I'm trying. Now I can't see, and I've dropped off. So I'm going to put this down a bit. I hope you can still see. Now that is, okay, that is now touching the funny shaped thing, and now it's come through. Yeah, okay. Now that's on there, and I've now got to find the thing that does the thing. So it's made up of part of this, but you don't want these things on. This was what I used to get the little stabby thing in place inside the wall. Now this is what I can do to lock and unlock this sort of thingy. If I put that on there, does that fit? I think it just about does, but will it fit or will it go all the way up there? Let's try. So this, don't want to use that. Don't want to use that. What I want to use is this. Can you see this StewMac thing with a bit of an extra home modification, I should think. So we're going to get this over there and this over there, and somehow that will go on there. And if I turn this one, put this thing in and pull it back, that locks it for me to pull through, and then I can push that on there like so. Right, like so, yeah, sure. And what I don't have here is an easy thing to see. This thing is sort of working, but it's making a monkey out of me. See, what I want it to lock like so, but I don't want it to twist right the way round, so it's not really locking massively well. And now I'm trying to get, I mean, I could try it with this. Oh, no. I could probably bulk this out with a whole bunch of things, but it's not really. Is that even turning that? Is that even the right size? Yeah, but it's going to roll out of the way. So unless I can get a bite on this to start doing up, then I'm going to be flailing about for some time. Hey, on you go, yes. Somebody will be looking at this going, don't you know how to... And the answer is obviously not. Come on. Why can't you just sort of sit on there and connect up with this thread? Not. It's really not doing the biz for me. Maybe this is the wrong size. I have a feeling I'm not even checking this, but come on, undo. I'm attempting to do something, and this is not even fitting, is it? How do I know? Does that even look? That's too big. I had to drill this one out to make it work. Just hold on, would you? It would help if I found one from the outset that did the business. And this is boring because you won't see what I'm doing. I can't see what I'm doing. So just humour me. So I need one of these with a square thing, but I need it small enough to obviously hold this from the outset, and that isn't it. So we could be fishing about for quite some time. Now, is that any good? That's close to. Let me find another old jack socket and see if I can get a bite on it just to test. There we go. There's an old thing. I'm going to tell me this is metric versus imperial. I think it is, but hey. So does this work? Sort of. What's that? 13 mils. This one, it's got 13 mils on here, and it's got 14 mils on there, and we had 13 mils on here. So, of course, the one that it would probably end up being will end up being a 12 mil. Let's have a look. No, it's not a 12. So it's a 12.9. So it's going to be the 13. Unless it's well, I haven't got the imperial version. So there's your 13. That's going to fit on that. Okay, this one was also, what did I do with it? I completely lost my, that is the 13. So that would work, except for the fact it's probably needs packing out with something. Let's see if I can pack it out to keep the thing, keep the nut near the end. That's what I really want. So let's see if we can get some smaller size ones that go on. Right, let's put them in there. Actually, it doesn't need too many. Okay, you, get in. You. Let's try and get the thing through first. Okay, that's good. We'll get there. You. And then this one will be right on the end. Turn. Okay. Now what am I doing? Okay, yes. Now let's have a look. Let's have a look, but let's clear up some of these things so they're not in the way. Sorry about this delay. I'm just struggling to get the first bite on this thing to pull the locking thing and the electro plate or whatever it's called. No, it's not called, just the plate. I'm not getting them to come together. Come on, stay where you are. Right, so what okay, so I can go down to there, and hopefully the idea is that that will help me get that on. And does it? Does it? Heck. So that is, I believe, the correct one, is it not? Or am I just working with totally the wrong thing now? This one should fit with that one. Right, have I lost my original metric one? Because it wasn't attached in the first place, so I've got to trust that I'm using the right. Actually, here's one that I think is more the right one. This could be the problem, that I'm using the wrong thing that's been kicking around. So let's put that through there like so. We'll pad it out again with these as planned. We'll get the correct size one now, hopefully. These should come up to the top. Here's our correct size one. That should turn much better. We now go back into an attempt at refitting this. Backwards, anybody? Bite. Right. So bringing this up slap bang together should get me some bite action. Right, so that isn't. Oh, that's on there. That's interesting. So that appears to be on there now. So if we go in and backwards, we should get a holding bite, which it isn't doing for some reason. Why is this not doing it? Come on, Stew Mac. Right, that appears to be on. This is not, for some reason. I think I might just be glad that I've got the electro socket replacement, modern one coming, because this is definitely not going on straight in such a way that it's refusing to work. So that goes on. You can get that and hold that, but this one doesn't want to do up. That feels to me like it's a fake. It's not a fit. So I think before anything else happens, I better take this off, unhook this, and try and separate. Oh no, that's the fun part now. Try and separate these two. And I'm not sure that it's going to even do what I ask. So this time I'm going to go that way, and this time I'm going to go the opposite way. Let's try and do it. Come on. Oh, what? I'm trying to undo this, but it's right. Well, this is just boring for you because I'm now, this thing is, it's on, but it's not going anywhere, and I can't do anything with it. And unless I can hold this in place and turn the thing around, then I'm probably looking at in the very much the wrong way. Let's try this. So I want to undo this, so the first thing I've got to do is attach this with this and that. Sorry, I just carry on looking from the top window. So in order to get this in, I have to put it in that way to lock it back to front way, and this has to now come undone this way, and that comes undone that way. Hellfire. This is such an utterly rubbish thing. Now it's literally not doing what I want it to do. Thank you. Can I now undo this, or is it just going to, no, it's going to stick in place. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is the worst arrangement. Thanks a lot. One of the worst setups I've ever seen. Thank you very much. Now, first thing I'm just rechecking here, because this is all based on this. This has got to be the fitting piece. And if it isn't the fitting piece, then I'm completely wasting my time. And that fits, so that should fit. Locking thing is still exactly in the same place, so that should fit. We do need this to wind it. I did need all the extra nuts, hazelnuts, but I'll still use them because I want to just work with the outside edge. I don't want the nut, the working nut, to go all the way inside. So I'll use these smaller ones, like so. Okay. Now, with that in mind, I've still got to go through here. No, that's not going to be right. I've got to put this on. Put those in there. Put that on. So it's the whole train, and now I've got to somehow grab hold of the thing, which is not too hard, right? And out it comes. I've done the thing back to front. What an absolute idiot. Couldn't you have told me? Somebody help me. Help me make it through the night. It's alright. Nobody would tell you that this bit was so unhappy. Whatever gets you through the night. Right, so here we have the thing. Right, now to lock it, we have to grab it with the Stumac thing, which should then give it a grip. Then you bring it forward, and then you should be able to get your little thingy. It all comes off again because, oh, that's attached. That's a start. Huh. So I can lose all of these things for a minute. So, all right, that's okay. That's getting there. And what I don't like about these is they also stick out. They don't fit because it's not got a flattened section. But let's call this nearly done. Hey, shall we? Hey. So let's put that back to where it should be. Let's try and get a holding grip like so. And let's get a bit of a super duper tight neck grip on there. Wow. Now forward. So after all of that, I was on the right track, you see. It's just like that. But that is not, it's pulled, I think it's pulled forward very slightly. I'll leave it for now, but I think what I might do is we'll see how it goes, but I may end up fitting the electro socket because it seems to be that even when you get it all in, the thing has a natural tendency to creep forward just a little bit, which we really don't want it to do. Now, this is the next thing. We like to believe that everything lines up, right? Because the first thing we haven't had on, or the thing we haven't had on so far is yonder control plate, as you can see here. Now the control plate wants to fit, but it doesn't really know what the scratch plate is doing. So now we're in a position to relax the grip on the scratch plate and see if it's going to move. So I think we obviously have to make the scratch plate work around the control panel, which will be like so. And then I will get my pencil. Let's have a look at the space. Let's go there. And there. And then we will make that work, and then we will make the plate move a little bit around it and accommodate. Okay, so we don't have a lot of, well, we do have, I suppose we've got chrome screws, but you know what, they're a bit new looking, so let's see if we've got some older looking ones in the kit, because this is not meant to look bright. Now what I don't want is any with messed up thread heads, if you get what I mean. But it's better that we have older ones than mad chromed, you know, shiny looking brand new things. Let's dig around and find some. That's old looking, yay, vintage. Okay, now we have to get to the the drill department, and for the actually let's compare it to that one. That matches with that one. So we've got a guide on this one, so I'm not going to go too far. Let's get that out of the way, and I'm going to get a little pokey thing so I can start the hole. Sorry, not a good picture. Start the hole where I want it to be. So it's that bang in the middle of that one. That'll give me a hand to drill down into there. And we'll fit the first screw, nice old looking thing. Goes with the plate pretty well. So that looks good. Let's move it to there and fit it down. Jolly good. Now I'm going to fit this one, and then I'm going to check and make sure that the electrics work. So I haven't got strings, but I'll just test the pickups with a blade. Oldish. That's a better looking one. There we have it. Right, time for a quick check. Quick check. Too gainy. Whoa, too gainy by miles. Probably too loud by miles, but hey. Not a fan of that socket. Did I tell you? Lovely. No, I don't like these sockets at all. That's getting replaced. They wobble from day one. Not good. I mean, you can tighten them up even further, and they're still going to wobble because they're only holding on to this little thin metal thing. Right, let's hold that there. Yeah, that's as tight as it's going to be, and it's still got room to wobble. so I don't like it. Not a friend of mine. Anyway, that's good, that works. So now we've got to consider the placement of the scratch plate here. It's much of a muchness, really. What I'll do is I'll mark one here and one here, and then drill them. And I think we'll keep the theme going, so if we can find more less glossy screws. More or less. No, I don't mean that, but you know what I mean. Less gloss, less shiny, less chromy. So not brand spanking new is what I mean. That's an older looking one. Hurrah. That's an older one. Oh, right, I don't have any. So some people would say, oh, that's a bit close to there. Well, c'est la vie. It may well be, but we're going to live with it. The only, what we don't want to be doing is starting to reshape the scratch plate now, because you won't get the same chamfer or bevel on the edge of it by doing it by hand. That's for sure. There we go. 1, 2, 3. There we are. Right. A few more. That's a bit shiny. Give me something that's older. That's an old one. Older one. Get some holes first. Well, that one, that has bizarrely got what looks like a bit of, I don't know, grease or something stuck to it. It's part of what's been used to age it. Okay. There's a sort of, some sort of finish. Not ideal. Right. Let's drill the holes. Okay. So we are onto the winning streak. There is a finish on this scratch plate, and interestingly it's not taking totally happily to being screwed down, which is again something you just couldn't anticipate. It's creating a little bit of a pucker. How would you know that it's going to be like that? Oh look, there's an old one that looks even grimy almost. Let's use it first. Yeah, so try and avoid screwing them in too much. Otherwise, a little frizzle. Okay, we're all in place. Our action is going to be better. What I'm going to do is put away all these bits here. Oh, we'll do the strap buttons. Now we've got white felts, and there's nothing really white on here anymore. Not sure there ever was. So I think we'll go with black felts, I would say. Here's our strap buttons. Here's our, well, we'll have black felts. Now the question about the string trees is still open, where 1 or 2 and I think 1 probably, there's quite a big drop. Let's just have a quick sight down here. No, that's good. Let's just check with a ruler. Yep, that's good. So I'm going to make just a mark in here to make the drill hole. Check that at the angle, sort of 45-degree angle here. And then I shall remove paper. Yeah, so that does always does some damage to the finish, whether it's drilling or poking, but it actually suits the weathering, the relic'ing. Size of the thing, where are they? That's okay, a bit longer. Okay, so yes, I need to get the black things. The black felts. They're very thin ones, aren't they, for some reason? Let's double them up, shall we? Okay, black felts, here we go. I'll put that on first, put that on. And we've got chrome, so chrome's chrome, but I think there's no white, that's my thought. Nice and solid, and same for this end. Now this looks a pretty reasonably used guitar at this point in time, which I quite like. So it has got a kind of credible look, and I will have to work to relic the what's it? The newer electro socket. Yeah, see like that? That's already sticking out. I mean, it'll work. It's just it won't be long before it comes looser than I would like. Okay, so that's that for now. Let's hang that up. We did obviously all the precision leveling stuff already. So what remains is to wash my hands, string everything up, and get ready for the final countdown, stretching and stuff. So move all this out of the way, stuff out of the way. So we know it plays, that's good, everything's good. So rather than stop, I'm just going to keep going, if you see what I mean. Might as well. I'll just give this a little bit of a sweep for a minute. Stay there. Stay there. Doesn't make any sense stopping the video and starting it again. There. There. Off, 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 off. Throw away. Sink, wash hands. Bear with me. So the next bit, like the end of any setup, is all about stretching the strings to make sure the guitar plays and stays in tune. And the first, if you remember me saying many times that the tuning stability, the equation for tuning stability comes down to two things. The first thing is the material your nut is made of and the quality of the slots in your nut. So they have to be friction free, as friction free as possible. And ideally, if the material is tusk, that's a good thing too. And then that's the first part. You can't overestimate the importance of getting that right. Then the next bit is the stretching out of all the slack that's built up in the strings. And if you do both of those things, the guitar will stay and play in tune beautifully. So we've got these Paradigm long-lasting things, 9s to 42s. Yeah, so it's amazing how how little I understood about stretching the strings and tuning stability. Over all the years I was messing about with guitars and playing, but when I realised what it took to make it stay in tune, the funniest revelation was the tuners had nothing to do with it. So many people talking about, you know, I can't keep my guitar in tune, go and spend more money on tuners is often the advice, and people do. And I actually think that, well, I'm so convinced that the tuners actually, if you've got slack in your strings, and if you've got a nut that is gripping the strings, or there's too much friction or whatever, then I don't actually believe that changing your tuners for more expensive ones has any effect on that. And those people who have that problem and then change their tuners and then report that it's all wonderful, I don't believe it, actually. It's just one of those things that I think psychologically you tell yourself it's improved because you've just spent 80 quid on a set of expensive tuners. So I don't really believe that happens, because I can, the other way round, I can make this guitar stay in tune even if it's got £5 Hong Kong Chinese late 1960s tuners on it. It will still stay in tune if we do the string stretching part and we do the get the nut right. So I'm going to use a thing to help me speed up the loading of the strings. And when the strings are on, I'm going to be looking at where I can put the string tree. It's not, like I say, for reasons of placement of this logo, it isn't the best place I've ever had, but we've got to place it where it works, not where it really looks best. And I don't want the steepest angle. So I cut my strings, as you've seen, 2 posts past, or what is it, 1 3/4 inches, something like that. And then I start winding, and I let the string wind downwards under itself. With the, I mean, hopefully, I mean, if this is big enough of a drop, we might not need the thingies at all. Wow, this is really high up now. Let's do this. Let's do this. Drop this down. Gosh, nice. We can get these right down now. Lovely. Anyway, let's go back. So that's that one on. Like I say, I had to work a bit, as you saw, to push the neck into position. Fender style bolt-on necks are good for that. They're obviously made so that you can push them about a bit. So often you'll find you put a neck and a body together, and while the neck fits comfortably in the pocket, what you might find is that the strings suddenly don't appear to be going down the neck where you want them. Typically the high E string will be too close to the edge, and the sort of imprecision of the neck body join on a Fender style guitar, bolt-on neck guitar, is good in one sense, that it gives you that bit of wiggle room to loosen the neck bolts off, the neck screws off, and move a little bit side to side, and you get, for a tiny amount of movement, you get quite a big improvement on reclaiming the fret space or the position on the neck overall. So it's quite forgiving in that way. But I had to get it to do that, I had to do a little bit of sanding on the inside of the short side of the pocket to allow the heel to rotate a little bit more. So you have to, if you want it to come more this way, you don't just, it's not only a matter of taking off something on this side, you've got to allow the heel here, sorry you can't see it, the heel on the short side to kick round, as it were. Otherwise you're not getting rotation and it won't happen. So now the improvement I think that we're going to get as a result of the routing the pocket down a little bit, it's obviously that the saddles now sit lower by miles, by 2 millimeters. Yeah, this does need a string tree. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, so the saddles now obviously sit lower, but in a way the thing that matters even more is that because they'll sit lower, it means their fixing screws are not at 40 degrees anymore, and that the angle they were sitting at was increased more as time goes. Let me show you, because I tried to explain this on the Facebook page yesterday, and it didn't seem to make much impression or impact something. So if you have a bridge thing there like that, right, and if you hope, let's say you've got a string. So we have a couple of cases. So let's say in the first case, you've got a string height that comes to here, like so. And it has to be that high because, guess what? Your neck comes to an end there, for example. Yeah, and it's a bit of a truncated thing. So you've got the correct action height there, and now your saddles have to be at a certain height. So lo and behold, they sit. Let's say you put your bridge on and you dial them up, and you're thinking, blimey, okay, they're sitting on their grub screws like that. So that's pretty poor, as you can see, right? But the worst part about it is that it not only does it, let's say it goes to about there, it then makes quite a steep angle on this thing, right? So your screw end isn't flush, it's sticking up at an angle. Now that's what we started with yesterday, but in truth, I think I'll draw it again, recreate this lovely diagram. What really happened was that wasn't how it was going to be. What we found was that the intonation point was actually right back here. So let's put that there like so. And our string height and our neck were still the same. So I'm not doing this very well, but let's say that was our string height, the same, right? This is just the first adjustment was to go backwards. Now you can see what's happened. We're pushing backwards. We've still got this, the thing is still sticking up on its hind legs like so, which is undesirable. There's only a tiny bit of grub screw actually inside the barrel. But what you can probably see is that what happens there is that this angle, not only, well, first of all, more of this is now sticking out, but in truth, the angle, sorry, that's a terrible drawing, the angle is even more extreme because we've come backwards, and the further back we go, the tighter the angle is going to be. And so this is where we got to yesterday. The correct action played nicely, could do the fret leveling, but we only achieved it by these things being up on their hind legs. So the solution had to be the following. There's our guitar body with the bridge tail. Got no choice about that. The bridge is there, it's the one chosen. So what we did this time was we dropped the neck down a little bit. And then we still had, of course, our action over the top of that. This looks terrible because it doesn't really, it's not that much lower. Let's exaggerate it, shall we, so it makes sense. So we dropped our action a lot lower. Sorry, our neck into the pocket by routing the pocket. There's our required action out the back. And lo and behold, we now have our thingy much lower, which is in line with this one, so it's still in the right place, but we've only got a small amount of the grub screws sticking out, and on top of that we've actually got we've still got stuff sticking out here, but it's a reduced angle, so it's not sticking up and out of the strings like it was here, right? So it's a sensible angle, and that's what we wanted, and that was what we couldn't live with. That was bad enough when I first measured it in the first set of pictures before I started working on it. Then when we found that the intonation, we've got no choice. The intonation ends up being here, And the intonation is there because it's the 0.648 millimeters away from the nut front edge. That's a strat or a tele scale length. Right? You don't have a choice about that. It tells you, you know, the scale length of the neck that you're adding to this tells you its scale length, and you have to put the saddle there. Right? So no matter how much I liked it there, it had to be there. And then of course that problem happened. So the only way we're going to overcome that anyway. First of all, I don't like saddles being up on their hind legs. Most of the grub screw out of the body. It looks terrible and it feels unstable. So the only way to reduce this down, it still had to stay there, as you can see. The only way to reduce it down would be to sink this into the... Now, you know, my complaint only was, this is a standard thing, the body is a standard thing, and the bridge, which is this bit here, is a standard thing. And you would think that they should work together without having to drop a 2 millimeter extra in the neck pocket. So anyway, that's what we had to do. So no more talking about it. Now we have a lovely looking vintage Telecaster. So the first thing I'm going to do, whatever the view is here, is I'm going to just sort of give the strings a bit of a pull. One of the things that Rohit asked for on this was rolled edges, and actually it's not something I can do. What I concentrated on is the fret edges in the sanding and polishing process and the leveling process. Now the reason I say it's not rollable, the problem with people, you need to roll a fingerboard really. You need to really roll it before the frets are on. And also, you don't really want to be rolling between the frets. That's not the ideal thing. But also on this, it's thick nitro finish. So what will happen is, if you try to roll this now, you'll just you'll cut it to wood, basically, and that's not necessarily what we want to do. So now, just while I'm at it, I'm looking at the placement of the strings. They are about as good as we're going to get. I would like a bit more, but unfortunately the placement of the nut is doesn't help. It's not a massive difference. The nut could have done by being slightly to one side, and I'll show you here. Again, it's, you know, you might think I'm being piddly. As soon as things are a little bit marginal, right, and in other words, as soon as you're hunting for a bit of space at the other end, this suddenly becomes important. So you don't want more space on the bass side than you've got on the treble side. You know, if anything, you want it. I can't do it, but I've only got a certain number of hands, fingers, and things. And really, you would kind of want that to be there, and this to be there. It's it to be square, that sort of thing. If anything. Anyway, it's fitted. I'd have to destroy it to take it out, and then put a new one in, and it's not going to happen because it's as good as it's going to be. But as you can see, then down at this end, trying to float up directly above it, it's never easy to get directly above it. Where's the camera? It's there. Let's call that directly above it. You can see it's tight. It's not tight. It's close-ish on both sides, but you know, we haven't got a lot to play with here. But that's nothing we can do. It's just how it is. That comes with the neck. Right, now what I will do is, having tightened the strings up, I'm now going to go back to my action setting and just tweak everything, because everything's been moved around. So I'm going to go in my gradient from 1.5 millimeters on the low E across to 1.2 millimeters on the high E. And I say a gradient, it's a guesswork gradient, okay, so don't get too freaked out about it. It's not precise. It's a sort of gradient. It's an eyeballed gradient. Whoops. So at 1.2 that's too little, so I want to go a little bit up with this one. Now normally I can also tell by eyeballing it here. I can see the rate at which the strings, the gaps between the strings, and I can tell very quickly when it's too little. Much better now, height. Okay, so we're around about 1.4, that's good. 1.2, too high on there. So we want 1.2 to start with, and if we get any problem, we've got a tiny bit of upwards movement available to us, but that looks pretty good. So now what we want to do is retune it. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're still in the stretching mode. So every time you put on new strings, I strongly recommend you stretch the living daylights out of them before you play. Ooh. Thumb and forefinger is a good way to do it. Careful on the high E on 9s, because you're starting to get into quite easy to break territory while you're stretching, but it's still worth stretching this much, but you know, just be gentle on the high E, but you get out all of the slack. Okay, this is just, that jumped out of the slot there because we don't have the string tree in yet, so it's obviously out of tune. And so the amount it goes out of tune by is the amount of slack we pulled out. In the first couple of stretches, finally it's quite a bit. And then we go back and we do it again, and so on. And really you want to do it until it stops detuning, and then you are ready to play. So looking over this guitar right now, I have to say, like I said, I'm not a massive fan of the scraping of the neck for the relic'ing side, but I get it, I understand, and it does work with this lightly relic'd body, which I have to say, grudgingly, is quite a authentic-y, well done relic, you know. And I know I'm gonna look like I've just turned my colours for some people who I've said many times, oh, I'm not a fan of relic'ing. I'm not, but I'll give you a sort of closer look over this in a minute when we're done, and I think you'll agree that it's pretty good. Now, when you're tuning, you're always listening for any pings at the nut, because that'll be a telltale if you've got friction problems. But having done the redoing of the slots with the Hosco files, then that's definitely widened the slots, so that with the fact they're tusk, and now knowing that they're wide enough, I've no doubt that, or I would be extremely surprised if anything pinged whilst tuning this guitar. But it's a very quick way. If you ever have a guitar go ping while you're tuning it, you absolutely have a problem big enough to cause you tuning issues. That ping alone will tell you that you're going to be fighting to keep it in tune throughout you playing it. It won't be in tune when you pick it up, it won't stay in tune when you're playing it. So that's one of the first symptoms you'll know is when it pings. The other one is when you, we've all done it, when you go to tune a string up. Not staying. When you go to tune a string and you turn it and nothing happens, you've got the sensation of turning it, but there's no linear increase in the pitch, and then it sort of picks up and carries on, but that lack of direct linear correlation between the movement of the tuner and the note rising or falling is a telltale. Like I say, we've all experienced it. Okay. What I'm going to do before I run the risk of plugging it in, we've got one more thing to do that I can think of at the moment, and that is we've got to do the string tree, and then we'll have a listen to it, well, have a look over it, a good look at it, to show off its relic'dness. Every time I'm going to put this thing into the electro socket-y thing here, I can see it. Oh, I can see it move. I hate it. How can that be so crap? So I'm not really finished. I'm going to have to put the other socket in. That means I've got to take the other one out, and I don't really know how to do that. Oh well. So I'm double checking the intonation. I did it by ear. Oh yeah. That's pretty good. Okay. This is me saying I don't like doing that. I don't. Horrible socket. I've never found one. The reason I thought about not putting it there in the first place is I've never found one that doesn't wiggle or wobble or whatever it is. It just, why have something that doesn't feel secure? Why do it? Right, so the last thing here is looking at the break angle of the strings going over the nut. Technically, it's about, if I just raise this on, put this on the thing, that's about 15 degrees. That's not too bad. About 10, about 7, and it gets lesser as we go further away. It's about 5. I mean, so the first question you would ever want to do is you want to just test it, and does it play? Well, I'm not 100,000,000% sure it absolutely needs one. There's something about the depth of the neck headstock away from, oh, I'm sorry, can you see it? Yeah, it's down far enough that it's got a reach, but see, if I put one in there, I'd have to put quite a big pull on it. The alternative is to put it far up here, which would give us a bit more. It's perhaps not the most normal place in the world to put one, but it just seems a shame to sort of crash it right over the top of the stick it right on the top of the logo. I think it's too steep there. Well, it doesn't have to go all the way down. It could go there. If we had a second one, what's the spacing like for that one? Typically they tend to, the B and the G one tends to push away from it, but we don't really have the room courtesy of the logo issue. They could both, you could have two here, but it does look a bit odd. You can have another one up there, that one to there, and that one to there. Well, it does need one, I think. I think I would be uncomfortable leaving it without the one. The one. There. And then we could put another one there. Well, I think we should use the right thing to do the right thing. I want it to play well, that's the bottom line. So that's what we're going to do, we're going to make it play properly. So I'll do a little bit of extra widening here. Because the last thing you want to have happen is the slightly larger screw to split the wood. You don't want it. And you get yourself a screwdriver, like so. Get yourself. Of course, we'll have to retune. I think that would be good enough for this one. Again, like I said, they don't have to be a mile down. And this one, for example, wants to go quite flat to the deck. So I think I've probably got a better spare short screw in here to use. Goes with these tusk string trees, but it's one of the short. I typically don't use the very short ones, but I think this. How far will it go in? Let's have a look. Let's check the longer one. That's going to go in. Actually, it's probably about right. That one's sticking up, and this one's. I want them at the approximately the same angle, which is about right, not too far off. They're not perfect, but at least we can still see the sexy logo. Nice and stable tuning. That's only sharp because of the string tree. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, I have to tell you now, I'm not in a clever playing mood, but I will plug this into its hateful socket in order, thanks, that was good, in order to just hear the tones. Get in and stay in. I'm not the greatest strap in the world, so I will be holding on as carefully as I can. It's a good colour strap for this thing. Oh, remind me to show you, give you a close-up of the relic'ing once and for all when I just fitted it. Guess what? Slightly neck heavy. Nick Heavy. He's a famous Australian rock star. I'm going to go around the back of here because I just don't like the movement of that thing. Okay, so I don't know what got quite a lot of gain, quite a lot of breakup going on in there. This is just a sort of bit gainy, cleany sort of neck pickup. Middle, neck, notice I'm doing this. Flat as a... We've still got almost no relief on this neck. I can't remember how this all works. Ooh, crunch amp. Shut up. good to find some nicer amp settings, but I'm not massively, I'm not too sure about the middle one. I like neck and bridge. Now, the other thing I just noticed before was these screws were a little bit on the loose side, so I'm not sure that the rubbery things have quite as much grip. It's just about right, but there's a loose one on here as well, but then that is further away, so we could bring that up. Yeah, they're not connecting really, so anyway. Nice plate, nice feel. I like it, lovely. Right. Don't like that. Don't like that. Do not like that. Do not like that. Yes, it's vintage looking, but it's just crap. It's flapping about. And that's properly installed, I got to tell you. It's too much movement for my liking. Well, okay, so let's have a little last flyby. Wow, dizzying. 1 minute 40. So what we are now, we're about 5 hours on this little baby. So here we are. Let's look at it from fresh eyes. Rinse out all of the struggle. Let go of all the stress and the grief. Think Tahitian pools, running water, and enjoy the little bits of knocks and dings, a little bit of grime built up there from whatever process they used. I couldn't get rid of it, it wouldn't clean up. Then the kind of worn looking thing, okay, I'll let it go, it looks okay. And then the body, pickguard, nice and dull, no reflection. Same with the pickup, aged metals over here, looks good. Everything's got old looking on it. And then the edge thing here, it's not too bad. You know, there's checking all over the body if you look closely for it. Some more in some places than others. You can see it there in the oh, come on, focus. Yeah, you can sort of see it there at the edge of the light. There you go. So it's pretty good. And then these little knocks and stuff there, they feel quite genuine. That's a bit, yeah, who knows. And then over here, same sort of few little things here. Some grime here and there. Little, whoops, sorry, focus is terrible. Little bits, dings and chips and stuff. And these are a bit aged as well, so you can see they're kind of grubby. And it's got Rohit's name on it. Look at this, I didn't even notice that. Look at that. Dun, dun, dun. How about that? I shouldn't have called it a partscaster. It's a Rohit signature guitar. Mind you, I've never seen anyone with a signature that goes around in a circle like that before. Yeah, so look at that. I mean, lots of weight relief. Nice little fribbles around the edges there and along the back edge, as you can see. So it gets it, you know. It's the beastie. All said and done, it wins. have I got a single remaining criticism, not only of the build, and maybe the tiniest one I might aim at it would be on that kind of cheap strap. It was a tiny bit in favour of the neck, heavy. You know, small deal, small beef. Anyway, thank you for watching. I'm glad this is done. I will, obviously, at home, I won't do it on camera, but when I go home, I'll have to take my bits and pieces home. So over the weekend, if the new one arrives, I will replace it. Just this is correct, but it just doesn't feel good to me. And what happens is you get it lined up correctly, and then as it pulls in, I think it pulls forward in the wood. The wood gives, man. The wood gives, and you end up with it a couple of mils forward, and it wobbles and stuff. So don't like. I'm going to, for that purpose, what I don't have, oh looks, I will need a drill at home. Well, I'm coming in over the weekend anyway, so if the thing comes, I'll bring it back up. Yeah. There you go. That's it. I'm talking to myself. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good looking thing, and it sounds great. The other slight gripe, I have to say, and I know I'm keeping on, but we have cranked that, and that is not as much neck relief as I would ideally want in a Telecaster, but I can't really see getting any more out of it because we are hard cranked over in the direction of yonder relief ville. And then you can't get the damn key out. That's a lot of cranking, as I told you in the first place. I will try and maybe, I mean it plays great, but I think we'll call that quits. Apart from the jack, the socket. Well, I'll do that over the weekend. All right, thank you so much for watching. Sorry it's taken so long, but there are, even when you think it's going to be easy-ish in invert commas, it turns out to be a little bit harder than you expect. So there's the angles. They're all better. Let's just have a look at this angle now, if I can vaguely line it up. Yeah, about 10 degrees over there. All right, that's it. I'm out. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.